Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community on this Sunday. First and foremost, I want to apologize. We were supposed to start at 8 o'clock. Yes, we were. We had a little bit of a delay this morning getting to the studio with a little bit of traffic here and there, and not everything going in our favor. So my apologies. But because it's a 4-hour show, I will dedicate that to you, and we will stay on here until we are done delivering what needs to be delivered on your Sunday morning. That's my promise to you. All right. So again, my apologies. We definitely got late to the studio on this morning. So we were supposed to come in here at 8 o'clock. It is 8:30 and almost 8:35. And again, my apologies to everybody out there that's tuning in. All right. So good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast from your host, Joey Hadid, your podcast, your news, your local community. It is January 23rd, 2022. And ladies and gentlemen, this is actually my 2 weeks back from the evil of all evil coronavirus, the COVID-19. Yes, I did have it, folks. I was positive. I was out, and we had to recover, and we had to recuperate to come back here 100% to deliver all the sports news and everything that needed to be delivered to you with a perfect voice and to be at 100% shape and great form nonetheless. So we have a lot to cover, folks. Yes, we do. Oh my God. What a playoff weekend that is truly unfolding right at our fingertips right now. And what we witnessed yesterday in playoff Saturday, folks, what we witnessed yesterday, having the lower seeds knock out the number one seeds. We're going to get to all that. I mean, today's segment, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about the NFL playoffs. We are down to two teams. All right. So we have the Buccaneers versus the Los Angeles Rams. That'll be the first game scheduled today. And then we have the later game that'll be tonight. The Buffalo Bills versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Folks, strap on your seatbelt. This is going to be one heck of a podcast later on today that we are going to be definitely sharing with everybody on exactly what our thoughts are. We're going to give you pretty much analysis, breakdowns, predictions, and we're going to recap exactly what happened from your Saturday playoff matchups. Also, that's not the only thing we have to talk about, folks. We're going to talk about UFC. Yes, we had UFC boxing on your Saturday, folks. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to recover all the results for you, nonetheless, for your Saturday. So we'll definitely talk UFC on this podcast segment for sure. Yes, we're going to definitely talk about UFC. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk college basketball. Recap college basketball from your Saturday. Nonetheless, we will go over those games of what transpired. We have lots of college basketball on Saturday that needs to be recapped, and we will definitely go over that with you later on this show. Nonetheless, also, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk about, to start off the show, Major League Baseball. We have some breaking news coming from Major League Baseball, folks, and we're going to get to that shortly here. To share with everybody on what the latest updates are coming in from Major League Baseball as they're still in a lockout. So we're gonna get to that a little bit here in a couple minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna talk about the NBA. We had 3 games in the NBA for your Saturday. We are gonna talk about NBA games for your Sunday for your edition today, and we're gonna throw out some predictions. Yes, we're gonna throw out some predictions for all my NBA fans out there. We're going to give them to you exactly who will be playing and whatnot. But we're also going to go over the games that transpired yesterday for you. So we'll definitely talk about those games, and we'll prepare you for nonetheless on exactly what unfolded yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll go through all those games and recap them for you. And we got you guys covered. Don't worry about it. All right. So we have UFC, college basketball, NFL playoffs. Definitely, we're going to talk about that. Again, yeah, UFC, college basketball, NFL, NBA, and Major League Baseball. So we got you guys covered in the loop, and we are pretty much ready to get the ball rolling. So how's everybody doing so far? How's everybody's weekend? It has definitely been, folks. It has definitely been a long 2 weeks. I'll tell you that. And it was, to be honest with you, it was not easy being positive and going through, which I really, it was brutal. It was definitely brutal. Something I never kind of imagined that I expected to go through. So it was definitely unexpected, folks. It really was. It was really, really unexpected, nonetheless. All right. So all in all, this coronavirus, man, I did not expect to do what it did, and it shut me down, folks, because I was out of it. I was just out of it. I was not 100% at all, and it really had a lot of ramifications through it, nonetheless. All right, so folks, let's start off here. I don't want to keep holding everybody up. We have some breaking news coming from Major League Baseball, and the latest report coming in is they're still working on their collective bargaining agreement, and according to articles and sources, they are expected to talk. To actually open up Monday meetings. So it's scheduled for tomorrow. They're supposed to have a meeting tomorrow. And they're supposed to have a meeting tomorrow. Major League Baseball is supposed to have a meeting tomorrow to come up possibly with an agreement on their collective bargaining agreement. It's currently, they're still in Major League Baseball lockout, and they're trying to do everything in their power to get baseball back and resuming by coming up with a new agreement. And that's the latest reports, breaking news coming from Major League Baseball, is they're trying to come up with a solution to how they're going to resume, how they're going to get back in full, how to get the season from pretty much not falling apart. And it's looking like that. I mean, folks, if you think about it, we're in January right now. And if you think about it, folks, spring training is in jeopardy. The winter meetings was in jeopardy back last month in December. And it's not going as of right now, not going too well for Major League Baseball, and exactly how they're gonna get this whole thing situated, like how they're gonna figure things out is what Major League Baseball is definitely trying to come up with. And unfortunately, as of right now, they really have nothing yet set in stone, but we're going to see what that meeting that they have tomorrow, what their ultimate plan is going to be. I mean, again, we're fingers crossed that hopefully they come up with something and Major League Baseball starts coming back because, folks, again, spring training is in jeopardy. The season alone looks like it's in jeopardy right now because we're almost close to February. We're almost close to February, folks. Yes, this coming week, I think we close out the month of January. And believe it or not, folks, if they don't come up with something, already the winter meetings, like I mentioned, they were in jeopardy a long time ago. Winter meetings were supposed to be back in December, and that never went through. And now, folks, you're talking about almost close to spring training, and the whole season in itself. And that could be in jeopardy too if they still don't come up with anything. So we'll see what that Monday meeting is going to look like tomorrow for Major League Baseball. I mean, have they figured it out? Have they figured it out on how to get the players to agree on this collective bargaining agreement, and exactly what's their approach? What is Major League Baseball next move to really satisfy the players nonetheless? And I think it's also about the fans too. The fans, I mean, even though it's disappointing for some fans because, you talk about season ticket holders and fans with season ticket holders, that hurts profit. And along with revenue, folks, because they already bought their tickets well ahead in advance to possibly go to these games this upcoming Major League Baseball season. But if there's no Major League Baseball season, how are you going to go to games? All you're going to really rely on is minor league baseball season. And minor league baseball season, folks, for anybody that has not heard, for anybody that's tuning in, good morning, buddy. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome to the show. Thank you for taking the time for coming on to this broadcast. Pretty much on the late notice. We were supposed to start at 8 o'clock. We're starting at 8:30 because we pretty much got late coming in here because of, morning hiatus, if that's even such a word. But thank you again for taking the time to come on this show this morning. We're glad to have you on board, my friend. Appreciate you. We're gonna get to a lot of stuff on this Sunday edition, and we're gonna break down a lot of college basketball. We're gonna talk about UFC if you're just tuning in, and again, college basketball, UFC, and we're gonna talk about NBA, and then we're gonna talk about the NFL playoffs, my friend. If you tuned in to what I tuned in yesterday and I watched, just strap on your seatbelt because we got a lot of information to go over. Nonetheless. So yeah, tune in here. So because we definitely have a lot to talk about. So strap on your seatbelt and enjoy the show. We appreciate you all nonetheless. All right. So with that being said, again, we talk about Major League Baseball and what their ramifications are. How they're going to get this whole season underway is going to be really interesting. So I'll keep up to date with you guys tomorrow. After they have their Monday meeting, I think it's scheduled to be Monday afternoon is when they're going to have, when the board of directors and the board meetings are going to have their meeting in the afternoon and figure something out to potentially have to get the season underway. I mean, again, they already lost the winter meetings, and supposedly from what I heard also, they lost the Major League Baseball draft. I know there was no draft either. So, that really made an impact too. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, is the window too late now that, you're close to the month of February, and not to mention spring training is knocking on the door. I mean, what are we looking at here? Are we looking at possibly if let's say hypothetically, let's say they do come up with an agreement? Are we looking at the season possibly potentially starting in the month of May? Are we looking at it starting in the month of June? What's going on here? What's going on? So, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about because a lot of Major League Baseball fans out there, they want to see their baseball this summer. Because look, football's about to wrap up. March Madness from the NCAA is just around the corner. Less than half a month away from March Madness. So a lot of people out there that are sports fans, they're gonna go nuts if they don't have their sports during the summer. So, we'll see. We'll see what Major League Baseball is definitely gonna be in store for. So nonetheless, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. All right. So hopefully they come up with something, and we'll go from there. We'll go from there. All right. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, worldwide sport updates again under Sunday, January 23rd, 2022. Your podcast, your news, your local community. All right. So that's breaking news coming from Major League Baseball, folks. We'll see what will happen tomorrow. Again with their agreement. Again, they're gonna have a meeting, and we'll see definitely what truly is going to unfold and transpire in their agreement to come up with a new collective bargaining agreement nonetheless. So we'll see what truly is going to happen. I'm looking forward to it myself. So as soon as we hear something though, we'll definitely keep you guys in the loop and up to date on the latest reports nonetheless. So we'll see what happens, and we will definitely go from there. All right, so we'll see what happens. All right, folks. Let's start here. All right. Let's start college basketball. There's a lot of college basketball games that we need to go over, folks. The list is too long for your Saturday games, and we're gonna get to them. All right. So first and foremost, let us start with the college recaps of your Saturday. We will go over them one by one for you. All right. Here we go. Let's so we had so believe it or not, folks, we are still, again, like I mentioned, we're still in the coronavirus pandemic. And the Omicron, I think it's Omicron. So Omicron, I think it's called Omicron, the coronavirus. So the latest is still here, folks, and it's still impacting our sports nonetheless. And there was some postponed games from the college basketball perspective yesterday, and these are the games that were postponed. You had Temple at South Florida. They were postponed because of the coronavirus pandemic. They canceled their game yesterday. You had Nebraska at Ohio State. Ohio State Buckeyes. The Ohio State Buckeyes, they canceled all their basketball operations, their game yesterday. So it was postponed against Nebraska. That game did not go at all. Liberty at Central Arkansas. That game was also postponed due to the coronavirus. Nothing was. I don't know if they're going to reschedule those games. Nothing has been set in stone. I haven't heard anything yet. But just look out for the next couple of weeks. Those games might be rescheduled, and they might be picked up at a later date, nonetheless. Ball State at Central Michigan. That game was also postponed. They did not go full swing at all yesterday. Also, Washington State at Oregon State. That game was also postponed, and they did not go at all. All right. So we had about maybe, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games postponed yesterday. So that was the latest reports from college basketball. All right. So those were your 5 games that were postponed. But there was games. So we're going to go over the ones that did have a full basketball game yesterday. All right. So with that being said, let's start off here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a long list. We had a lot of college basketball games yesterday. If anybody tuned in, to all my college basketball fans out there, there was a slew of them. Let's start off, ladies and gentlemen, with UMBC. UMBC Retrievers. They are in the AM East standings. They beat Maine 88-46, your final score yesterday. With that being said, UMBC, there was not really much to talk about with this basketball team. They're 7-10 on the season. They're 2-4 in the conference. And it was a conference game. So they beat them 88-46. As far as Maine is concerned, they're at the bottom of the barrel in the standings. They're 3-13. They're 0-5 in the conference. So nothing is going really well for the UMBC Retrievers, but they're trying to try to have some kind of hope as March Madness gets closer and closer. Before you know it, I mean, look, we're like half of a month away for March Madness getting underway, nonetheless. But here are your team leaders for UMBC Retrievers so far going into the season. Mr. Kennedy, Condre Kennedy, folks. He is currently leading not only in points with 13.3. You have him leading in field goal percentage with 45.8. And he's currently leading in steals with 1.0. And then you have, ladies and gentlemen, Darnell Rogers. He's currently leading in assists with 2.9. And then you have Obenge Menche. Ladies and gentlemen, he's currently leading in rebounds with 5.3 rebounds. And then you have, ladies and gentlemen, Semin Woodchick, who was currently leading in blocks with 0.6 blocks going into the season so far for the UMBC Retrievers. Again, they're 7-10, 2-4 on the season. Their final score against Maine was 88-46. All right, here we go. The Villanova, ladies and gentlemen, Wildcats beat the Georgetown basketball team. The Georgetown Hoys, 85-74, your final score there. And for Villanova, ladies and gentlemen, they're in the Big East standings. Currently 14-5 on the season in the NCAA picture. 7-2 in the conference. And here are your team leaders so far for the Villanova Wildcats. So far going into the season, Colin Gillespie, ladies and gentlemen, or Gillespie, I'm sorry, Colin Gillespie. He's not only leading in points, but he's leading in assists. He's currently leading in steals. You have Colin Gillespie currently leading in points with 17.3 points, 3.2 assists, and currently leading in 1.3 in steals. And then you have Jermaine Samuels, who's currently leading 6.4 rebounds. And then you have Dixon, ladies and gentlemen, that is Eric Dixon, who's currently leading 48.5 field goal percentage. And then Samuels, again, he's also leading in 0.8 blocks. Your team leader so far going into the season for the Villanova Wildcats. Please stand up for Villanova Wildcats. They're having a tremendous NCAA season so far. 14-5 is their record in the Big East standings, and they're 7-2 in the conference. What a great showing and outstanding performance for the Villanova Wildcats to make a strong run, nonetheless, as the NCAA picture truly is peaking before you know it. So great way to get people hyped up and very, very interested on how things are truly going to unfold in the NCAA picture, nonetheless. All right. Seton Hall at St. John's. St. Hall, they beat St. John's 66-60, your final score, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday in that basketball game. Hofstra at Northeastern. Hofstra, they beat Northeastern 72-50, your final there, ladies and gentlemen. West Virginia at Texas Tech. Texas Tech, they beat West Virginia 78-65, your final. Rutgers, ladies and gentlemen. Rutgers, the best college team out there, I think, in the nation. And they're 11-7 on the season in the Big Ten, 5-3 in their conference. But the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, again, 68-65, your final there. And they're 11-7 on the season, 5-3 in the conference. They beat Minnesota 68-65 by 3 points. So it was pretty much a tight game. And it was a battle to the finish, pretty much, between the Rutgers and Minnesota as they battled it out on the courts to give a great showing to the college basketball audience, nonetheless, as pretty much two best school teams out there battling it out. I mean, Minnesota is not even, that too bad. I mean, they're 11-5 on the season in the Big Ten standings, and they're 2-5 in the conference. So, again, both conferences battled it out yesterday, and they put on a great performance for all the college sports fans and school fans out there. School program history, nonetheless, and putting a great showing. But Minnesota, they prevailed, but Rutgers, they fell short. Again, by 3 points, but they did put on a great performance nonetheless. But congratulations to the Minnesota Golden Gophers on prevailing and improving their record to 11-5 on the season. Northern Kentucky at IUPUI. Yeah, Northern Kentucky won that basketball game, 60-41 your final. Virginia Tech at Boston College. Boston College, they prevailed against Virginia Tech, 68-63 your final there. And Boston College are in the ACC standings. They're currently 8-9. They're 3-4 in the conference. I believe they both battled it out yesterday. They're both in the same division in the ACC standings. Virginia Tech, ladies and gentlemen, 10-8 on the season, and they're 2-5 in the conference. They fell short. They lost by 5 points, 68-63 your final. All right, Syracuse, ladies and gentlemen, at Duke Blue Devils. Yes, the Duke Blue Devils. They continue to have a hot season nonetheless, even with the 3 losses that they have suffered already going into this season under Coach K. Which, again, ladies and gentlemen, this could be Coach's. This actually is going to be Coach's K last season, ladies and gentlemen, as he is looming retirement once the season is over. And he's currently sitting at 15-3 in the college basketball rankings right now. Not to mention, I believe, in the ACC standings also. So 15-3 on the season, 5-2 in the conference. They continue to be the hottest team in the ACC. Well, let alone their performance is outstanding, nonetheless, under Coach K, which this definitely is going to be his final year, and they're definitely putting on a great showing for him, nonetheless. Excuse me. So they beat Syracuse Orange, again by 20 points. They really did. So they put the Duke Blue Devils definitely put on a great performance. They're also in the ACC standings. Their record is currently 9-10. They're 3-5 in the conference. Again, this was definitely a conference battle, again, between Syracuse Orange and Duke. And Duke, again, they put on a great outing and performance nonetheless for that school nation. Here are your team leaders for the Duke Blue Devils. Going into the season so far, ladies and gentlemen, give a good standing ovation to Paolo Banchero, who is currently not only leading in points with 17.9, he's currently leading in rebounds with 7.9. And ladies and gentlemen, also Wendell Moore Jr. Yes, Wendell Moore Jr. He's currently leading in 4.8 assists. And ladies and gentlemen, Mark Williams, he needs no introduction. Currently leading in field goal percentage with 68.4 and currently leading in 3.3 blocks. And ladies and gentlemen, finally, he's currently leading in steals. He needs no introduction either. Trevor Keels, who's currently leading 1.9 going into the season so far for the Duke Blue Devils. Again, final score, 79-59, your final there. 20-point outing, nonetheless. All right. So that's great to get everybody hyped up in college basketball. All right. George Washington at Rhode Island. George Washington, they beat Rhode Island by 2 points. So this was not definitely a disappointing game. I mean, they put on a heck of a show. And it was down to the wire who really, was playing outstanding on both offense and defense. So for the George Washington Colonials, they're in the ATL 10 standings. They're 6-11 on the season. They're having a rough outing nonetheless. They're 2-3 in the conference. 63-61 your final there, though. But they did the best they can, and they sneaked out a win by the snot of a nose nonetheless. All right. Kentucky, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, for the Kentucky Wildcats, they lost yesterday to Auburn Tigers. Auburn, stand up, ladies and gentlemen, for the Auburn basketball team. Please stand up. What a season Auburn Tigers are having, folks, in the college basketball. I want to talk about this team real quick. They are 18-1 right now in college basketball, folks. Yes, you heard that right, folks. They are 18-1. They are unstoppable, folks, in the college basketball rankings. I am surprised this Auburn Tigers team in college basketball is making so much noise in the NCAA March Madness picture. I'm looking forward to when March Madness does come around in March and how this team is going to prevail. I mean, nobody has really talked about Auburn that much. And then being in the NCAA March Madness picture, I mean, they're 18-1, folks. They cannot be stopped at all. 18-1, they're definitely on a hot streak nonetheless. They're 7-0 in the SEC standings. They are undefeated, folks. They still have not yet to lose to any team in that conference right now. And speaking of conference, there was a battle showing yesterday between Auburn Tigers, ladies and gentlemen, and between the Auburn Tigers and Kentucky, folks, between the Kentucky Wildcats. And believe it or not, folks, they're putting on a heck of a run. They are putting on a heck of a run, folks. Yes, they are. It's definitely incredible. It's incredible the way they are performing into the season so far. It's truly amazing by this basketball team. Again, 18-1 in the SEC standings, 7-0 in the conference, and they beat the Kentucky Wildcats in the conference the showdown 80-71. Here are your team leaders for the Auburn Tigers. Currently, so far, going into the season, give us a good shout out to Jabbar Smith. Jabbar Smith is currently leading at 15.7 points. And then you have, ladies and gentlemen, Walker Kessler. Again, he is not only currently leading in rebounds as your team leader with 7.4, he's currently leading a field goal percentage with 62.1. And he's currently leading in blocks as your team leader with 4.1. And then you have, ladies and gentlemen, Wendell Green Jr., who's currently leading 5.1 in assists. And then you have Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, that's KD Johnson, who's currently leading at 2.2 steals going into the season so far. Wow, what a season for the Auburn Tigers and their tremendous hottest streak. The Auburn Tigers, folks, they've been on a great run. I wanted to talk about this basketball team and their tremendous game style of play. The Auburn Tigers are putting everybody on notice right now, folks. They're definitely putting everybody on notice. And ladies and gentlemen, again, when you talk about how good of a basketball team this team is, they're in the Southeastern Division. Southeastern Conference, folks. And when you talk about the Southeastern Conference, you're talking about Auburn Tigers, Kentucky Wildcats, Texas A&M, Mississippi State, Arkansas, Razorbacks, the Tennessee Vols, ladies and gentlemen, I believe. Yes. The Tennessee Volunteers. And then you got the Alabama Crimson Tide. Ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about the Auburn Tigers and Alabama Crimson Tide in the same Southeastern Conference, and Auburn Tigers are on a 15-game winning streak in that Southeastern Conference, wow, it gives you eyebrow noticing, like, what the heck are you talking about? How's Auburn Tigers that so damn good? And they are so damn good. Excuse my language, folks. Yeah, they are that good of a basketball team, and they're putting everybody on notice just how good of a basketball team they are. They're also, again, in the Southeastern Conference, they have the Florida Gators in that conference. They have the LSU Tigers, the South Carolina Gamecocks. They're in that conference. You have Vanderbilt in that conference, Missouri, in that conference, Mississippi in that conference, and then you have Georgia Bulldogs in that conference who are 5-14 on that season, 0-6 in the conference, and then they're on an 8-game losing streak. But then you got the Auburn Tigers who are on a 15-game winning streak in that conference, and they're unbeatable, folks. They're putting everybody that I mentioned in that Southeastern Conference on notice. Yes, they're putting everybody on notice, and it's a shocker for me to even say that in the same sentence. How Auburn Tigers are definitely prevailing and putting a showing of all showing in the Southeastern Conference in the NCAA basketball picture. It's insane, folks. It is incredibly insane. I mean, when you talk about a basketball team and to get your money's worth, to see a great performance, the Auburn Tigers are doing that for you, folks. They are not a disappointment of a basketball team. Again, they are on a 15-game winning streak, and they're 18-1. Folks, I'm looking forward, and I'm going to be surprised to how they do once the NCAA men's basketball picture gets underway in less than half a month, because we're going into February. So before you know it, NCAA March Madness will be right here before you know it, folks. And I would like to see how deep of a run that these Auburn Tigers will go. I mean, how truly are they that legit of a title contender that they could put everybody on notice? I mean, they might be one of my bracket teams, to be honest with you, that top bracket level where they could possibly, again, can they get past Gonzaga? Could they get past Baylor? Could they put those teams on notice? That's something to look forward to these next couple months. I mean, as we get closer to NCAA March Madness, it gets you hyped up, folks. It really does. It really does. Just the way this basketball team is just clicking on all cylinders. Not to mention, they're 10-0 at home and they're 5-0 on the road. So this team is unbeatable right now. Just unbeatable. I mean, and they're 18-1. They're 18-1, folks. Unbelievable. Just straight unbelievable, folks. This team is just hot as we speak. All right. So again, final score, 80-71. Vanderbilt at Florida, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of the SEC standings again, they are in the SEC standings when you talk about the Florida Gators and Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt, like I said, they're 10-8. They're 2-4 in the conference. Florida Gators are 12-6, and they're 3-3 in the conference. The Florida Gators, they prevailed yesterday as a basketball team, 61-42. Your final score there, nonetheless. All right. And then you talk about Illinois University at Delaware. Delaware, ladies and gentlemen, they prevailed against Illinois University, 80-77 your final. Chattanooga at VMI. VMI, they lost by 4 points against a Chattanooga basketball team. They put 41 points in the first half, in the first period. Yeah, in the first half period. 41 points in the first half, and then in the second period, they put 37. They put on a great showing against VMI. And again, for Chattanooga Mocs, they're called the Chattanooga Mocs. They're in the Southern standings. Currently, they're sitting pretty good. They're the hottest team also in the Southern standings. 16-4 is their track record. 6-1 in the conference. They're doing awesome nonetheless. As far as VMI, they were in the same conference also. So this was a conference game for VMI. They suffered their fourth loss in the conference. They're 4-4 in the conference, and they're 11-9 on the season, nonetheless. But congratulations to the Chattanooga Mocs. All right, Oakland at Green Bay. Oakland, they beat Green Bay 68-61. The Oakland Golden Grizzlies, who are 14-5 in the Horizon standings, 8-1 in the conference, and then you talk about Green Bay. They are in, I believe, the same division. Yes, they're in the Horizon standings as well. They are 4-14 on the season. They're 3-6 in the conference. Again, they're having a horrible season nonetheless. It'll be a miracle if they even come back as we, close to wrap up college basketball season. Again, 68. They lost by 7 points, 68-61. Your final. All right, Valparaiso at Indiana State. Valparaiso, 2-point showing there. Great basketball game on both sides, offense and defense. They did what they had to do. But again, for Indiana State, they came up short. 75-73, your final there. Lost by 2 points. All right, Massachusetts, Lowell. Yes, Massachusetts Lowell at New Hampshire. New Hampshire, ladies and gentlemen, they beat Massachusetts Lowell 67-61. Your final there. And they are in the AM East standings. Currently, ladies and gentlemen, they are 7-6, and they're 2-2 in the conference. All right, for the New Hampshire basketball team, for the New Hampshire Wildcats. All right, Lehigh at Boston U. Yes, Boston U prevailed 80-74. Your final score there, folks. 80-72. 80-74. And currently, ladies and gentlemen, for Boston U, they're 13-8, 4-4 on the season. All right. Army versus Navy. Yes, overtime. What a game. What a game between Army and Navy yesterday. Army Black Knights, ladies and gentlemen, they're 12-8 in the Patriot standings. Both Army and Navy are in the Patriot standings, folks. That was a conference game. They went to the battle of the finish there. It was a war. It was a war, and they made it as a war. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you watch, ladies and gentlemen, when you watch Army versus Navy, and you want the definition of what a war means, that was the game to watch. They went into battle, and they went into war, and they battled to the finish again between Army versus Navy. What a basketball game that was yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. It went to overtime. So when you talk Army versus Navy, it's a great rivalry. Nonetheless, they're in the same conference. They're in the same division. When you talk about Army versus Navy and they battle to the finish, when you want a war and you expect a war, you get a war and you be seen a war. So this is what it was all about, ladies and gentlemen, between Army versus Navy. What a game, though. What a game in college basketball. 74-73, Army prevailed. Ladies and gentlemen, again, Patriot standings, they're 12-8. Navy's right behind them in the Patriot standings. They're 12-7. Navy is 5-3 in the conference, but Army is 6-2 in the conference. But for Army, ladies and gentlemen, they went to the battle to the finish. In the first period, in the first half, they put 18 points, Army. But ladies and gentlemen, talk about this game for a minute. Navy was leading in the first half, going into halftime. Navy was leading 40-18, folks, at halftime. And then all of a sudden, Army did this whole 360 turnaround, and they scored 47 points in the second half of the period. Army put 47 points in the second half, folks, against this Navy basketball team. And Navy only put 25 showing performance there. And then they went to overtime, and then Army tacked on 9 more points. Again, what a performance. 74-73, your final. Here are your team leaders so far in the college basketball picture. Ladies and gentlemen, you have Mr. Jalen Rucker. He's currently leading in points with 50.8. Also, you have, ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Duhart, who's currently leading in assists with 3.5. And then you have Charlie Peterson, who's currently leading in 6.0 rebounds. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Josh Caldwell, not only leading in field goal percentage with 44.4, but he's also leading in steals with 2.0. And then you have another guy on who's his name is Caldwell. His name is Isaiah Caldwell. Isaiah Caldwell, he's currently leading in 0.3 blocks going into the season. What a game, though. What a game. And I bet you, ladies and gentlemen, of those team leaders, they definitely showed up in the second half. I don't know what was being said in that locker room. But when you talk about a team such as the Army Black Knights, who were down again, they were down some 30-some points, folks. Yes, they were down 30-some points. I would say maybe, again, they were down. Yeah, they were down 40-18, folks. 40-18 was the score. 40-18, folks. That was the score going into halftime. Navy was leading that basketball game. Yes, they were leading that basketball game, folks. I mean, I know and a lot of people not believing it, but they were down 40-18, folks. Army was down 22 points going into halftime. And they all of a sudden scored 47 after coming out of that locker room against Navy, folks. Against Navy. What a performance. What a performance by Army Black Knights. And then Navy midshipmen, they were shocked. They were shocked of all shock. The faces of their eyes just blew out of proportion, pretty much. I mean, when you score 47 points, you're pretty much, and you have no answer for it. Yeah, you're pretty much in a world of a nightmare the rest of the night. So, man, Army came to play. Army came to play, ladies and gentlemen, in the Patriots standings. They definitely did. Wow, what a game! What a game in college basketball, ladies and gentlemen. Again, when you need it, when you do not know the definition of a war, that's the game to watch between Army versus Navy, the rivalry of all rivalries. I mean, excuse me. Folks, we know that Army versus Navy is so popular in the college football perspective, but also they put on a great showing when it comes to the college basketball of things. And this game did not disappoint. This game did not disappoint at all. Nonetheless, it did not. And what a great performance. I mean, this is a war. This was a war that was determined to find out who the winner will be and who will escape with the victory. I mean, this was an awesome game nonetheless. And the fans got what they definitely expected and deserved between Army versus Navy nonetheless. Again, 74-73 your final there. Southern Miss at Middle Tennessee, ladies and gentlemen. Middle Tennessee, they won. 74-60 your final score there. Tulane at Central Florida. Central Florida, they beat Tulane Green Waves 68-66 by 3 points. In the American Athletic American Athletic standings. They are 7-9, 4-3 in the conference for the Tulane Green Waves. For Central Florida, same conference. They're 12-5. They're 4-3 in the conferences also. So congratulations to Central Florida nonetheless. All right. Bucknell at Holy Cross. Bucknell, they beat Holy Cross 68-65 your final. UNC Asheville at Radford. UNC Asheville, they beat Radford 78-74 your final. Gardner Webb at Winthrop. Winthrop, they beat Gardner Webb 2-point game. So it was a battle to the finish there. 64-62 your final. Excuse me. American U at Loyal. Loyal, they beat American U 78-73 your final. Coastal Carolina at Georgia State. Georgia State, ladies and gentlemen, they lost to Coastal Carolina. The Coastal Carolina Chanticleers, pretty much. And Chanticleers, they're in the S-Belt standings. They're 11-8 on the season so far. 3-4 in the conference. This, I believe, was also a conference game showing yesterday. 72-68 your final there, ladies and gentlemen, for the Georgia State. They're currently 6-9. They have yet to pick up a victory in their conference. They're 0-4 on the season. All right, Oklahoma State at Texas. Texas, they beat Oklahoma State 56-51 your final. Florida State at Miami, Florida. Miami, Florida, what a great game this one. This was a 1-point game, actually. Miami Hurricanes, they lost by 1 point. Again, Florida State beat them 61-60 your final there. For Florida State, 13-5 on the season in the ACC standings, and they're 6-2 on the season. So they're right behind Miami, folks. Miami Hurricanes are 14-5 in the ACC standings. They're 6-2 in the conference. Both of them are 6-2 in the conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, with FSU winning that basketball game yesterday, 61-60, they're knocking on the doorstep to pick up that first place in the ACC standings. Nonetheless, I mean, they're second place behind the Miami Hurricanes, but they're definitely the Florida State Seminoles. They're definitely knocking on the doorstep to take advantage of that ACC standings. Again, knocking off the Miami Hurricanes by 1 point yesterday in their outing, in their showing of outing yesterday. It was a great game nonetheless. I mean, it was 61 to 60-year final there by 1 point game. So they put on a heck of a performance nonetheless. Princeton at Dartmouth, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Princeton won. 84 to 80-year final there. In the IV standings, the Ivy League standings, ladies and gentlemen, the Princeton Tigers in the Ivy League, they're 15-3, folks. 5-0 in the conference, and going up against Dartmouth. This was a conference game. Dartmouth, well, they're pretty much under the radar in the Ivy League standings. They're 4-12. They're 1-4 in the conference. So we really did not expect anything out of Dartmouth, but they did put on a great game to actually lose by 4 points. But again, it was not enough for Dartmouth to come up with the upset. So Princeton prevailed, and Princeton moves on again with the best record in the Ivy League standings. They're sitting in first place, probably the only hottest team that's sitting up there with 15-3 record, 5-0 in the count. Well, they are the only undefeated team in that conference, and the Ivy League conference, ladies and gentlemen. So the only two teams that are doing really good in the Ivy League standings are Hartford. The Hartford Crimson. They're currently at 10-6. And then you got Cornell Big Red. They're 10-6 on the season nonetheless. So Princeton is the team that's doing a great showing nonetheless for their basketball fans, and they are not a disappointment as their season is going the way they expect it to be nonetheless. All right, Hartford. Yeah, speaking of Hartford and Cornell, they went at it yesterday. So Hartford and Cornell, they went both at it. Cornell prevailed 76-61 your final. Brown at Columbia. Brown, they beat Columbia 93-74 your final there. Davidson at Fordham. Davidson, ladies and gentlemen, they prevailed against Fordham 69-66 by 3 points your final there. UNC Wilmington at Towson. UNC Wilmington, they beat Towson 81-77 in your final. And that game actually went to overtime. So 81-77 your final there. I believe for the UNC Wilmington Seahawks, they're on top of the standings in the CAA standings, 11-5. They're undefeated, the only team undefeated in that conference, sitting at 5-0. And I think going up against Towson, it was a conference game. Towson, they suffered their 6th loss of the season. They're 14-6, and they're 5-2 in the conference. But ladies and gentlemen, right now, UNC Wilmington is taking first place in the SEC standings just because of their conference record, currently sitting at 5-0. But then you talk about Towson, excuse me, they're 14-6. Excuse me. And then you got Delaware Blue Hens. They're also 14-6, but they suffered 2 conference game losses. That's really putting a damper on their where they stand in the standings nonetheless. All right. William and Mary at Drexel. William and Mary, they prevailed. They beat Drexel 83-75 your final there. Bowling Green at Western Michigan. Western Michigan, they lost to Bowling Green 82-75 your final there. Colorado State at Air Force. Colorado State, they beat Air Force by 20 points. 73-53 your final there. For Colorado State, ladies and gentlemen, man, this team is hot as hell. Hot as heck right now. Excuse my language. They're 15-1 right now, 5-1 in the conference. They're behind right now in the NWC standings against the Boise State Broncos. They're 15-4 on the season, but they're undefeated in the conference at 6-0. They did play yesterday. They beat San Diego State. Low-scoring game, low-scoring affair. 42-37 your final there for Boise State to beat San Diego State. They improved their record to 15-4, 6-0 in the conference. And then you got your team leaders again with Marcus Shaver Jr. who's currently leading in points with 13.2. And then you got Emmanuel Ucla, who is currently leading in 3.0 assists. And then you got Malden Armis. This is for the Boise State Broncos, folks. 9.2 in rebounds. And then you got Tyson Digenhart. He's currently leading a 51.3 field goal percentage. And then you got Abu Kighim, who's currently leading in 1.2 steals. And then you got, again, Malden Armis. He's not only leading in rebounds with 9.2 rebounds, he's also currently leading in blocks as their team leader with 1.3. They're 15-4 on the season, 6-0 in the conference. Again, 42-37 your final score there for the Boise State Broncos. Again, for the Colorado State Rams, they're 15-1. They only suffered one loss going into the season in the MWC standings. They're 5-1 in the conference, and they prevailed against Air Force in that same conference. Again, for Air Force, they're 9-8. They're 2-4 in the conference. But ladies and gentlemen, for the Colorado State Rams, they prevailed by 20 points, 73-53 your final. Here are your team leaders for the Colorado State Rams. So far, David Rowdy, ladies and gentlemen, he's currently leading in 18.7 points. Not only in points, he's currently leading in rebounds with 7.8 rebounds, 57.7 in field goal percentage. And then you got Isaiah Stevens, who's currently leading in 5.5 assists. And then he's also currently leading in steals with 1.4. And then you got Rowdy again. He's currently leading. I mean, he's ladies and gentlemen, he's like the hottest commodity on the team leader chart, where he's not only currently leading in rebounds, not only currently leading in field goal percentage. Again, his rebounds are 7.8. Field goal percentage is 57.7. But he's also currently leading in blocks with 1.1. So give a round of applause to Rowdy and how he's carrying this load for this team, for the Colorado State Rams so far going into the season. They're 15-1. They're 5-1 in the conference, and they're making it definitely known, and they're showing for it. So awesome stuff nonetheless. Awesome stuff. All right. Kennesaw State at Limpsaucum. Yeah, Limpsaucum, they won 77-73 your final there. St. Joseph's at BCU. BCU, they beat St. Joseph's 70-54 your final. San Jose State at UNLV. UNLV, they beat San Jose State 70-62 your final. South Dakota State at Western Illinois. South Dakota State, they beat Western Illinois 93-75. South Alabama at UL Monroe. South Alabama, they beat UL Monroe 68-56 your final. Appalachian State at Georgia Southern. Appalachian State, they beat Georgia Southern 70-62 your final. And for the Appalachian State, ladies and gentlemen, they're 12-9 in the SBL standings, 6-2 in the conference. And for Georgia Southern, they're in the same standings as well. It was a conference game. And ladies and gentlemen, as we get close to March Madness, these conference games are playing late, and they're trying to find exactly where each basketball team really is taking the rightful place, and which team is the better team in their conference in itself. And this is why it's becoming late going into the season, as conference teams battle against each other. And Georgia Southern, they lost, so they're 8-9 and they're 1-5 in the conference. But then you have the team at the bottom. That's the Georgia State Panthers, who have yet to pick up a conference record. Nonetheless, they're 0-4. They're 6-9 in the SBL standings. But as far as Appalachian State, they won 70-62 your final for the Appalachian State Mountaineers. All right. Texas State at Arkansas State. Arkansas, they beat Texas State 67-60 your final. Ladies and gentlemen, what a game this was yesterday. Oh my God. Texas Arlington at Little Rock. Ladies and gentlemen, that game went to 3 overtime. 3 overtime games in that basketball game. Ladies and gentlemen, the Little Rock Trojans, they beat Texas Arlington 98-96 your final, ladies and gentlemen. What a game. What a game. 7-9 is their record though. 2-2 in the conference, but they gave a heck of a beating to Texas Arlington, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday. 98-96 their final there. For Texas Arlington, folks, they are 8-11. They're 4-4 in the conference. I mean, both of them have the worst standings in the S belt, but they both went to war. And when I say they went to war, I mean they went to war when they went to 3 overtime games just to pick up a victory. Then to find out who truly the winner is going to be. And Little Rock prevailed. All right. Detroit Mercy at Milwaukee. Detroit Mercy, they won. Excuse me. 71-58 your final. All right. Baylor at Oklahoma. Baylor, ladies and gentlemen, they beat Oklahoma, the Baylor Bears. Excuse me. The Baylor Bears, they beat Oklahoma Sooners 65-51 your final there. For the Baylor Bears, they're 17-2 on the season, folks. They're 5-2 in the conference. And for the Kansas Jayhawks, they're 16-2, and they're 5-1 in the conference so far to the season. So, Baylor Bears prevailed, and they're the hottest team in basketball as well, folks. So they're doing everything in their power to keep that record where it is, and they're going to be definitely hot and hungry on the Baylor Bears come NCAA March Madness come March as they try to defend their title nonetheless. For Oklahoma Sooners, they're 12-7. 2-5. And I mean, excuse me, they're 2-5 in the conference. So Oklahoma Sooners are 12-7. They're 2-5 in the conference, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So Baylor Bears 17-2 on the season. So awesome stuff nonetheless. 65-51 your final. All right. Let me see something here, folks. All right. Okay. So Baylor Bears, like I mentioned, folks, they're 17-2 on the season, beating Oklahoma Sooners 65-51. They're I believe 5-2 in the conference, as they stay hot, they stay hungry, as they defend their title come March. You have some team leaders nonetheless for the Baylor Bears basketball team. You got Jonathan Tashawa, Jonathan Tachikoa, I believe. I cannot pronounce his name. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that name. He's currently leading in 7.3 rebounds, and he's currently leading in 65.3 field goal percentage. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you have LJ Cryer, who's currently leading in 13.9 points. And then you have James Akinjo, who's currently leading in blocks. He's currently leading in steals with 2.2. And he's currently leading in assists with 5.6. And then you have Falo Tamba, who's currently leading in 1.0 blocks going into the season for the Baylor Bears. So those are your team leaders so far for the Baylor Bears. And they have a right to show for it. They're 17-2 on the season, nonetheless. Excuse me. Grand Canyon at Sam Houston State. CM Houston, they beat Grand Canyon 58-56 your final. Longwood at Presbyterian, Presbyterian, they lost to Longwood 71-70 your final. New Mexico State, they beat Stephon F. Austin 72-58 your final. Charlotte at Rice, Charlotte, they beat Rice 67-64 your final. Alcorn State at Florida A&M, Florida A&M, they beat Alcorn State 70-68 your final. Mississippi Valley State at Grambling State. Grambling State, they beat Mississippi Valley State 68-64 your final. Missouri State at Loyola Chicago. Missouri State, they beat Loyola Chicago 79-69 your final there by 10 points. And I believe Missouri State are 15-6 currently in the MVC standings, 6-2 in the conference. For Loyola Chicago, 14-3 in the MVC standings. They're 5-1 in the conference. So I believe this was Loyola Chicago's first loss in the conference, I believe. If I'm not wrong, I could be wrong. But they're 14-3 on the season, and they're 5-1 in the conference. There was a conference game, nonetheless. So, so for the Missouri State Bears, they continue to have a great showing, nonetheless. But they're in first place in the MVC standings. The reason they're in first place is their conference record is 6-2. But then you look at Loyola Chicago, they're 14-3. They're 5-1 in the conference. They should be the first team in that standings. But right now they have Missouri State alone top in first place, nonetheless. Okay. Okay. So final score, 79-69 your final. Okay. All right. Okay, let's keep the ball rolling, folks. Northern Illinois at Northern Illinois at Miami, Ohio Bobcats. I believe Miami, Ohio. Excuse me, Miami, Ohio Redhawks. Can't talk today. The Miami, Ohio Redhawks, ladies and gentlemen, they're 9-8 in the MAC standings. 3-3 in the conference. Excuse me. They beat Northern Illinois 85-82 your final. And I believe this is their 10th loss on the season for the Northern Illinois. They're 5-10, 2-3 in the conference for Northern Illinois. All right. Georgia Bulldogs against South Carolina. They lost 83-66 your final score there. For South Carolina Gamecocks, they're 11-7 and they're 2-4 on the conference going into the season so far. Mississippi at Mississippi State, the battle of the Mississippis. Mississippi State, they beat Mississippi 78-60 your final there, folks. Okay. Nebraska Omaha at Denver. Denver, they beat Nebraska Omaha 94-63 your final. The Sightendale at East Tennessee State. Sightendale, they beat East Tennessee State 75-73 your final. Charleston at James Madison. James Madison, they beat Charleston 95-94 your final there. Notre Dame at Louisville. Notre Dame, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, they beat Louisville 82-70 your final there. For Notre Dame Fighting Irish, they're 12-6 on the season, 5-2 in the conference. For Louisville, 11-8, 5-4 in the conference, nonetheless. And this was a conference game too. So we had a lot of conference games on your Saturday, folks. A lot of conference games on your Saturday. What's going on today? With all this coughing. I know I'm not sick again. I know that for a fact. Yale at Pennsylvania. Yale, they lost to Pennsylvania 76-68, your final there. Kansas at Kansas State. Battle of the Kansas basketball team here. Kansas, they beat Kansas State 78-75, your final there, folks. Virginia at North Carolina State. North Carolina State, they beat Virginia 77-63, your final. Florida Gulf Coast at Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State, they beat Florida Gulf Coast 79-71, your final. Texas Christian at Iowa State. Iowa State, they beat Texas Christian. Actually, no. Texas Christian beat Iowa State 59-44, your final there. Texas Christian, ladies and gentlemen, in the Big 12 standings, they improved their record. They're 13-3. They're 3-2 in the conference. In the Big 12 standings, awesome record there, nonetheless. As far as Iowa State is concerned, they're 14-5 in the Big 12, 2-5 in the conference. But the hottest team in the Big 12 again is the Kansas Jayhawks and the Baylor Bears. Kansas Jayhawks are 16-2. Baylor Bears are 17-2 on their respective season, nonetheless. All right. So again, your final score, ladies and gentlemen, Texas Christian, brain freeze, or maybe I lost them. Bear with me here, folks. I think I lost them. They just fell out of the wire here. All right. Let's see. Texas Christian. Okay. 59-44, your final score there, folks. All right. Jackson State at Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman, they beat Jackson State 55-50, your final. Howard at Morgan State. Howard, they beat Morgan State 91-82, your final. Southern Louisiana at Nicholas State. Southern Louisiana, they beat Nicholas State 101-93, your final. UAB at Louisiana Tech. UAB beat Louisiana Tech 83-76, your final. Montana at Northern Arizona. Montana, they beat Northern Arizona 58-48, your final. South Carolina State at Maryland Eastern Shore. South Carolina State, they beat Maryland Eastern Shore 69-60, your final. Marshall at Florida Atlantic. Florida Atlantic, they beat Marshall 71-60, your final. All right. Idaho State at Southern Utah. Southern Utah, they beat Idaho State 86-74, your final. High Point at Hampton. Hampton beat High Point. Actually, that game went to overtime. 68-64, your final. Charleston Southern at South Carolina Upstate. 70-57, your final score for Southern Carolina Upstate beating Charleston Southern. Lamar at Utah Valley. Utah Valley, they beat Lamar 58-41, your final. California Baptist at Allegheny Christian. Allegheny Christian, they beat California Baptist 77-68, your final. UC Irvine at Long Beach State. Long Beach State, they beat UC Irvine 73-67, your final. SIU Edwardsville at Morehead State. Morehead State, they beat SIU Edwardsville by 3 points, 77-74, your final. Austin Peay at Tennessee State. Tennessee State, they beat Austin Peay 61, your final. Houston Baptist at Texas A&M CC. Houston Baptist, they beat Texas A&M CC 77-71, your final. Stetson against North Alabama. 2-point game. Stetson, they beat North Alabama 67-65, your final. Southeast Missouri State at Eastern Illinois. Southeast Missouri State, they beat Eastern Illinois 87-58, your final. North Carolina Central at Delaware State. North Carolina, they beat Delaware State 73-49, your final there. Penn State, Penn State Nittany Lions at Iowa. Iowa, they prevailed against Penn State 68-51, your final there. The Iowa Hawkeyes in the Big Ten standings, currently 14-5, 4-4 in the conference. For Penn State, 8-8 on the season, 3-5 in the conference nonetheless. So the Iowa Hawkeyes prevailed. Richmond at LaSalle. LaSalle, ladies and gentlemen, they lost to Richmond 64-56, your final. Samford at UNC Greensboro. UNC Greensboro, they beat Samford by a 2-point outing, 61-58, your final. Western Carolina and Mercer. Mercer, they beat Western Carolina 72-64, your final there. Sacramento State at Idaho. Idaho overtime game. They beat Sacramento State 73-72, your final. Northern Colorado at Eastern Washington. Northern Colorado, they beat Eastern Washington 87-83, your final. Campbell at North Carolina AT&T. Campbell, they beat North Carolina AT&T. Also, great game. 1-point game showing there. Campbell, they prevailed 73-72, your final there. I believe Campbell in the Big South standings, they're currently 10-7, 3-3 in the conference. Again, this was also a conference game. Yes, it was. 9-11 for the North Carolina AT&T. They're 9-11 on the season, and they're 4-2 in the conference. 73-72, your final. Mackenzie State at Nicorette Ward. Nicorette Ward, they lost by 10 points against Mackenzie State, 82-72, your final. Northwestern State at New Orleans. New Orleans, they prevailed against Northwestern State, 85-77, your final. DePaul at Creighton. Creighton, they beat DePaul 60-47, your final. Old Dominion at North Texas. North Texas, they beat Old Dominion 69-56, your final. East Carolina and Houston Cougars. Yes, man, what a game this was. Oh my God, Houston Cougars. They had everything clicking for them on both offense and defense, both sides of the on the court. 79-36. I don't know what East Carolina. They had no answer for this basketball team. And ladies and gentlemen, when I say about they have no answer, the Houston Cougars are 17-2, ladies and gentlemen, in the American Atlantic standings. They're undefeated in the conference, nonetheless. And it was a conference game for East Carolina. They're 11-7. They're 2-4 in the conference. But ladies and gentlemen, give your hats off and kudos. Give respect where it's due. Give credit where it's due. 79-36 is nothing to be, to be what's the word I'm looking for? To be disappointed about for the Houston Cougars. I mean, this was a dominating fashion of a basketball team. They dominated them against 79-36, and they put some low-scoring points up for East Carolina. Again, first half, the first half period for East Carolina, they only put 14 points, and then in the second half, they only put 22. So here's your team leaders for the Houston Cougars. You talk about Mr. Edwards. That is Kyler Edwards, currently leading in 14.4 points. And then Jamal Sheed, ladies and gentlemen, this guy needs no introduction. I don't know if you heard his name a lot. His name has been mentioned a lot. Jamal Sheed, currently leading 5.3 assists. And then you have Mr. Carlton. Yes, that is Josh Carlton, ladies and gentlemen, currently leading in rebounds with 5.9, currently leading in field goal percentage with 62.3. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you have Mr. Carlton, who's currently leading at 1.4 blocks. And then you have Marcus Caesar. Marcus Caesar. He is a guard for the Houston Cougars. He is 6'2", weighs at 195 pounds. He was born in Dallas, Texas. His previous school, he graduated from Red Oak High School. Ladies and gentlemen, his key statistics. Currently, he's played 12 games. Currently, points per game, 17.7 rebounds game, 2.8. Currently, 26 steals, 1 block, and 2.6 assists per game for Mr. Marcus Caesar. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Houston Cougars, he's number 0 for the Houston Cougars. Ladies and gentlemen, he's currently leading in 2.2 steals also. So, what a great performance by the Houston Cougars, though. What a great performance. They're 17-2. They're 6-0 in the conference. And they're putting on a great showing, nonetheless, as a basketball team. And they're doing it the best way possible that they can. So, great showing by the Houston Cougars basketball team. All right. 79-36 your final. Arkansas Pine Bluff at Southern. Southern, they beat Arkansas Pine Bluff 99-51 your final. Coppin State at Norfolk State. Norfolk State, they beat Coppin State 84-77 your final. Louisiana State at Tennessee. Tennessee, they beat Louisiana State 64-50 your final. Missouri at Alabama Crimson Tide 86-76 your final. Drake at Northern Iowa. Ladies and gentlemen, Drake, they beat Northern Iowa overtime 82-74 your final. Pittsburgh at Clemson Tigers. Clemson Tigers, ladies and gentlemen, they beat Pittsburgh Panthers 75-48 your final there, ladies and gentlemen. They did not put anything at all. For the Pittsburgh Panthers have no answer for the Clemson Tigers. For the Clemson Tigers, they're 11-8 in the ACC standings, 3-5 in the conference. For the Pittsburgh Panthers, they're 7-12, 2-6 in the conference in the ACC standings. All right. Southern California at Utah. Southern California, they beat Utah 79-67 your final. Alabama State at Pierre View A&M. Pierre View A&M, they beat Alabama State 70-67 your final. Western Kentucky at Florida International. Florida International, they beat Western Kentucky 86-83 your final there. Alabama A&M at Texas Southern. Alabama A&M, they lost to Texas Southern. Yes, whopping fashion, 78-44 your final there. Hartford at Vermont. Vermont, they beat Hartford 82-72 by 10 points. Congratulations of Vermont, nonetheless. All right, Binghamton at NJIT. NJIT, ladies and gentlemen, they lost to Binghamton 68-57 your final score there. Stony Brook at Albany. Albany, they lost to Stony Brook 86-75. Northern Florida at Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky, ladies and gentlemen, they prevailed against Northern Florida 67-58 your final. Jacksonville at Bellarmine, I believe. Yeah, Jacksonville at Bellarmine. Bellarmine, ladies and gentlemen, overtime game. They beat Jacksonville 76-73 your final. Eastern Michigan at Akron. Low scoring affair. Akron, they beat them by 2 points, 46-44 your final. Furman at Wofford, ladies and gentlemen. Wofford, they beat Furman. No, actually, no. Furman beat Wofford 75-50 your final. Dayton at George Mason. George Mason, they beat Dayton 50-49 your final there. New Mexico at Wyoming. Great game. By 2 points. Wyoming, they beat New Mexico 93-91 your final. San Francisco at Pemberton. Pemberton, ladies and gentlemen, they lost to San Francisco 71-45 your final. South Dakota at St. Thomas. South Dakota, they beat St. Thomas 90-79. Tennessee Martin at Maury State. Maury State, they beat Tennessee Martin 74-66. Seattle at Tarleton State. Seattle, they beat Tarleton State 76-68, your final. North Dakota State at Oral Roberts. North Dakota State, they beat Oral Roberts 72-71, your final. And then you had North Dakota, not North Dakota State. You had North Dakota only against Kansas City. Kansas City beat North Dakota 79-74, your final. Troy at UL Lafayette. Yes, UL Lafayette, they beat Troy 69-59, your final score there. And ladies and gentlemen, for UL Lafayette, Raging Cajuns, they are 9-8 in the SBL standings, 4-3 in the conference. Again, 10-point game there for the UL Lafayette Raging Cajuns. All right. Southern Illinois at Bradley. Bradley, they beat Southern Illinois 70-62. 70-62, your final. North Carolina at Wake Forest. Yes, the Wake Forest basketball team, they beat North Carolina Tar Heels. Man, this rivalry between Wake Forest and North Carolina. The Wake Forest Demon Deacons, again, they beat North Carolina Tar Heels 98-76. As far as the Tar Heels, they're 12-6 on the season, 4-3 in the conference. For Wake Forest, 16-4, 6-3 in the conference, nonetheless. And then here are your team leaders. How far this Wake Forest Demon Deacons have so far gotten to this season, and with their impressive record, nonetheless, on the scoreboard here. Their track record speaks for itself. But then here's your team leaders, ladies and gentlemen. So far, Alondis Williams. He's a point guard. He's a guard position. He's number 31 for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. He is 6'5", 210 pounds. Born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. His previous school was Oklahoma in high school. Ladies and gentlemen, he played 20 games so far. His key statistics: points per game is 20.4, rebounds per game 6.8, 23 steals, 13 blocks, and assists per game is 5 for Alondis Williams. But he's your team leader, folks. Currently leading in points, 20.4, 5.0 assists. Currently leading 6.8 in rebounds. And then, ladies and gentlemen, here's this guy who needs no introduction, Jake LaRavea. Jake LaRavea. I think Jake LaRavea is number 0 for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. He's currently leading a 60.9 field goal percentage and currently leading in 1.7 steals. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the guy who's currently leading in blocks is Dallas Walton, who's currently number 13 for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. He is a forward position, 7.0, his height, yes, 230 pounds. His birthplace was out of Arvada, Colorado. His previous school was Colorado. So far, he's played 20 games, 20 points per game. He's currently leading 7.6 rebounds per game, 5, 9 steals, 31 blocks, and he has 1 assist per game. He's number 13 for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. And he's currently leading, again, 1.6 blocks for Mr. Dallas Walton, folks. So this guy is, this is the reason why Wake Forest and the Demon Deacons, Wake Forest Demon Deacons are this hot of a basketball team, 16-4, 6-3 in the conference. 98-76 was your final there, folks. Yes, for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, nonetheless. So great stuff by this basketball team. And the way their season is just over tremendous in their performance. They are not a disappointing basketball team as the NCAA March Madness picture continues. Wright State at Illinois, Chicago. Wright State, they beat Illinois, Chicago, 97-81 your final. Texas A&M at Arkansas. Arkansas, they beat, the Arkansas Razorbacks. Overtime, 76-73 your final there, ladies and gentlemen. For the Arkansas Razorbacks, 14-5, 4-3, their conference record. For Texas A&M, they're 15-4, 4-2 in the conference. All right. San Diego at Pacific. San Diego, they beat Pacific 73-65, your final. Portland at Birmingham Young. Birmingham Young, they beat Portland 78-65, your final. USC San Diego at CSU Fullerton. CSU Fullerton, they beat San Diego 83-80, your final there. Texas Rio Grande. Texas Rio Grande Valley at Dixie State. Dixie State, they beat Texas Rio Grande Valley 85-74, your final. UCLA Bruins. UCLA Bruins at Colorado. UCLA Bruins, they beat Colorado 71-65, your final there. And ladies and gentlemen, UCLA Bruins are not a disappointment so far in the basketball NCAA picture. 13-2 in the Pac-12 standings, 5-1 in the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Colorado basketball team, 12-6, 4-4 in the conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here there's some teams that need some introduction in the UCLA Bruins NCAA basketball picture. And here are some of them that we need to talk about. Here are your team leaders for the UCLA Bruins NCAA men's basketball. So far, ladies and gentlemen, Johnny Juzenk. Ladies and gentlemen, he's currently leading in points with 18.3. He's also currently leading a field goal percentage with 46.6. And ladies and gentlemen, currently leading in assist, Tiger Campbell, currently leading in assist with 4.3. And he also currently leading in steals with 1.3. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you got, Mr. Johnson here, Miles Johnson, who's currently leading in 1.5 in blocks. And then Campbell, again, we mentioned Campbell, Tiger Campbell, who's currently leading in steals with 1.3 steals. Also, if I did mention this, again, he's currently leading in assists with 4.3. And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, field goal percentage. Currently, again, Johnny Jusek, again, I think I mentioned his name. He's currently leading 46.6 in field goal percentage. He's currently leading on 18.3 points. And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, again, I think I mentioned his name already. Miles Johnson, again, he's currently leading in rebounds with 5.6 rebounds, folks. So awesome stuff indeed for your team leaders for the UCLA Bruins. Again, final score 71-65, your final. Boise State at San Diego State, low scoring affair here, but Boise State did prevail. And we did mention Boise State and how good of a basketball team they are. 15-4 to 6-0 in the conference. Boise State Broncos, they prevailed 42-37 your final there. All right, Montana State at Portland State. Montana State, they prevailed 73-60 your final. Hawaii at Cal Poly Solo. Hawaii, they prevailed 69-56 your final. UC Riverside at CSU Northridge. UC Riverside, they beat Northridge 77-67 your final there by 10 points. Great stuff. St. Mary's at Loyola Marymount. St. Mary's, they beat Loyola Marymount 83-51 your final. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, Arizona State at Stanford. Stanford, they beat Arizona State 79-76, your final of the night. And Stanford, ladies and gentlemen, 11-6 in the Pac-12 standings, 4-3 in the conference. For Arizona State, ladies and gentlemen, they are 6-10 on the season, 2-4 in the conference. The only team that's sitting pretty well in the Pac-12 standings right now, 5-0 in the conference, is the Arizona Wildcats. Ladies and gentlemen, yes. Their last game, they did not play yesterday. Their last game was on Thursday, January 20, 2022, where they beat Stanford. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that was a conference game, wasn't it? Yes, it was. They beat Stanford 85-57 your final there. Stanford is 11-6. They're 4-3. Again, their last game was on Thursday, January 20th. And Stanford is a heck of a basketball team right now. 15-1. They're 5-0 in the conference. Let's give some shout outs to your team leaders from the Arizona Wildcats. Currently, right now, Benedict Mathurin. He's your guard for the Arizona Wildcats. He's number 0. He's 6'6", 210 pounds. Born in Montreal, Quebec. He is from his previous school was the NBA Academy Latin America. And ladies and gentlemen, he has played 16 games so far. Points per game, 17.7. 5.9 rebounds per game, 15 steals. He has 6 blocks, and he has 2.2 assists per game. Right now for Benedict Mathurin. He's currently your team leader with 17.7 points. Ladies and gentlemen, also Mr. Carissa. He's currently leading in assists with 5.5. And also, ladies and gentlemen, currently leading in rebounds. Christian Colaco. He's currently leading in rebounds with 6.8. He's also your field goal percentage leader with 63.5. And ladies and gentlemen, Dylan Terry, who's currently leading in steals with 1.2. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we already mentioned this guy's name, Mr. Colaco, 3.2. He's currently leading in Christian Colaco, ladies and gentlemen, currently leading in blocks. If anybody does not know who Christian Colaco is, he's your center for the Arizona Wildcats. He's number 35 for that basketball team. His height is 7'1", 230 pounds, born out of Dulua, Cameroon. His previous high school was Sierra Canyon High School. 16 games so far he's been played. Points per game is 12.8. Rebounds per game, 6.8. 15 steals, 52 blocks, and 1.1 assists per game. Give your kudos. Again, give credit where it's due, folks. He's your currently team leader, and he's putting his points on the scoring board. I mean, on the charts. He's putting he's putting a name for himself. He's recognizing where people need to recognize this guy, and for his talents, nonetheless. For Christian Colaco, ladies and gentlemen, currently leading in rebounds and field goal percentage and in blocks. Ladies and gentlemen, awesome stuff, awesome stats. Nonetheless, for Christian Colaco, have a day, young man. Awesome stuff indeed for the Arizona, ladies and gentlemen, for the Arizona State. For the Arizona Wildcats. I'm sorry. Yes, for the Arizona Wildcats. But ladies and gentlemen, as far as the Arizona State Sun Devils are concerned, they're 6-10, 2-4 in the conference. Again, they played yesterday. Their final score, they lost to Stanford 79-76. Your final there, folks. So that is your college basketball recap for your Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a long list. That was a long list to recap your college basketball Saturday. What a list, though. What a list. What great games that we witnessed for your college basketball. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what Worldwide Sport Updates is all about. Your podcast, your news, your local community. We give you all the information that you need right at your fingertips, right at your local community neighborhood, nonetheless. But thank you guys for joining us. You know, this is great. This is a great Sunday morning, and we're off to a great start. And we're getting the ball rolling nonetheless. So great stuff indeed. Great stuff indeed. That was your college basketball recap, ladies and gentlemen, presented by your host, Joey Hadid, Worldwide Sport Updates. This is what we're famous for. This is what we're all about, ladies and gentlemen. Again, your podcast, your news, your local community, the best podcast in the nation. Yes, you know what, folks? We're getting up there. Believe it or not, we're getting up there. I mean, we're getting recognized. I mean, a lot of people, ladies and gentlemen, you know what? You know, the funny thing is, you know, people see me in public, okay? And they come up to me now and they say, aren't you that guy that's on Worldwide Sport Updates? You know, can we have your autograph? And some of them, they would like to say, you know, can we sit down and have coffee with you? And, you know, can I buy you anything like maybe omelet or, you know, a bagel with cream cheese or maybe some donuts? And it's a great outing, folks. It really is. You know, to be recognized for your community. And this is what it's all about, folks. I'm not a celebrity To be honest with you, I like to throw that out there. I'm not a celebrity. I'm not that, that person that likes to brag so much. But it's a great feeling though. It's a great feeling because you are an inspiration to this community though, because of your hard work and your work ethic ethnicity, folks. And each and every day, you know, day in and day out, like each and every week, you constantly do what is in the best is in your best interest out of the goodness of your heart that you provide to the community. And it's not an easy task, folks. It's a hard job. It really is. It is a hard job to what we do to provide for this community and doing research and committing and dedicating to this community. And this is out of the goodness of my heart, folks. I do this not for the fame. I don't do this for. I do this for the love. I love it. I'm passionate about it. I got so much dedication and so much, this is in my blood, folks. I love sports since I was a little kid. I talked about sports. I breathed sports ever since I was a little kid, and this is what it's all about, folks. This is what it's all about, and I do the best to my ability, to best of my knowledge, to each and every day, to bringing you guys everything that needs to be delivered. Nonetheless, so I enjoy it. I really do. Even though it's a lot of hard work, but at the same time, I really enjoy the challenge. I enjoy the hard work. I enjoy the dedication. I enjoy the commitment. It's a lot. It's a lot of respect, folks, for what we accomplished and what we achieved to get this far, folks. It really means a lot to get a lot of feedback, to get all the love from a lot of people, and it is truly amazing. It really is. How far we've gotten to get this far, folks. To get this far. I mean, again, I do this because I love it, folks. I do this for dedication. I do this for commitment. It's not an easy task. It is a hard job, folks. But I do it out of the goodness of my heart. Each and every week, I'm constantly on the computer doing research, and talking to all my sports marketers. I connect with my sports marketers, folks, and my sports marketers, they wish nothing but the best for me, and we do the best to our ability to bringing you guys up to date sports information each and every week, and this is what it's all about. So that's why, folks. Again, our schedule is just so limited right now. Again, you tune in every Friday to our recorded podcast. And ladies and gentlemen, this past week, oh my God, look at the dedication. Look at the dedication coming from me, where not only did I record a podcast on Friday, but we had a 1 hour session on Friday, a live 1 hour session to talk about preview of the Saturday divisional round of the NFL playoffs. And we delivered that to you, folks. We definitely did. And today on your Sunday edition, we're going to talk about NFL Sundays. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it's all about, and we really enjoy what we do, and to provide to the community. Nonetheless, it's an amazing feeling. It's an amazing feeling, folks. I really love this. I really love this. This is the best nature of business that you could really ask for. I mean, even though again, it's a hard task, but we do the best to our ability, folks, to give out sports information. I mean, we are becoming the best podcast in the nation, folks. Believe it or not, we're getting recognized. And I probably would say this, folks. We are currently in the top 5 of the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, as far as where we're currently in the charts. We are in top 5 in our podcast right now. That's how much we're getting recognized, folks. So this is an awesome feeling. I cannot thank you guys enough. I mean, without you guys, this podcast would not be recognized for what it is. I mean, you guys are really the real MVP of all MVPs. You guys are the true GOATs. And I can't thank you guys enough from the bottom of my heart. I mean, this is a great, amazing feeling. I mean, for worldwide sports to get recognized, and it just made its debut in October, folks. It really did. So, you talk about starting, all the way at the bottom and you go work way to the top. It is just a truly amazing feeling for worldwide sport updates to be recognized. I mean, even though we don't do the best, but we provide the best. So we try to do, because there's a lot of podcasters out there that they do what we don't do, but they also need recognition, and we recognize them. We do recognize other podcasters. All right, again, my good friend of mine, Dylan, I think he tuned in 2 weeks ago, I believe. Dylan, yeah, he has his own podcast. It's called On and Off the Field. So big not congratulations. We recognize On and Off the Field for their for what this stuff they deliver. They have their podcast, I believe, every week on Tuesday, folks. They cover everything about the NFL. So always tune into Dylan, my good buddy of mine, Dylan, ladies and gentlemen, On and Off the Field. And then you have Brenda, ladies and gentlemen. Brenda, she has her own podcast as well. And I think she also handles relationship problems. She has a podcast that deals with relationships for men and women. She talks about people's problems. So shout out to Brenda. If Brenda's ever tuning in and she comes on here, shout out to her and her podcast. So we're recognizing people's podcasts. So it's a great feeling. It's a great feeling, folks, nonetheless. So awesome stuff. We give credit where it's due, and we're happy to announce it nonetheless. So awesome stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, again, we appreciate you guys each and every week. Again, Friday and Sunday is when we are really active. All right. Yeah, we don't do Saturdays no more. And the reason why we don't do Saturdays is if there's nothing to talk about, why even bother? So again, we come on here because, ladies and gentlemen, we have something to talk about. All right. It's not like, we come on here and we look pretty and stuff, but no, we come on here and we're ready to deliver the facts that is in front of us on the table nonetheless. So again, we are active Fridays and Sundays, folks. We definitely are active each and every week. And it's a great feeling to be a part of you guys and be a part with us nonetheless. All right. We did cover college basketball. Finally, we did talk about Major League Baseball and their breaking news. Again, for anybody that's tuning in, Major League Baseball is expected to have a meeting tomorrow to come up with a new collective bargaining agreement. Let's see how that goes. We'll keep you up to date on exactly what their approach will be. And follow us again on our group pages. To all my supporters out there, oh my God, much love to all my supporters out there. Keep up to date on that, and we'll keep you in the loop nonetheless, folks. Definitely. All right. NBA. Are you guys ready for the NBA? I know I am. All right. Let's talk NBA, folks. We had some NBA games yesterday. Let's recap them. You had the Sacramento Kings at the Milwaukee Bucks. Oh my God, Milwaukee Bucks. They are the hottest combined teams in NBA basketball. The defending NBA champions are Milwaukee Bucks, who are currently 30-19 on the season. Ladies and gentlemen, they beat Sacramento Kings, who are 18-30. 133-127, your final there. Here are the players that really had a great outing yesterday, folks. Harrison Barnes, he played 39 minutes of basketball. He had 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 29 points registered in the books. Marvin Bagley III, he had 13 points, played 23 minutes of basketball. And ladies and gentlemen, Richaun Holmes, 17 points, 24 minutes of basketball, 7 rebounds, 2 assists. And then Tyrese Haliburton, 24 points. He played 30 minutes of basketball, 6 rebounds, 12 assists. The highest of all nights for Tyrese Haliburton. And then, ladies and gentlemen, finally, Terrence Davis, 22 points. He played 30 minutes of basketball, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists. The highest rebounds was from Terrence Davis. The highest assist in total was for Tyrese Haliburton. And again, you combine with Harrison Barnes, with Tyrese Haliburton and Terrence Davis, all those guys had 20 plus points. Again, 29 points by Harrison Barnes. Tyrese had 24 and Terrence Davis had 22. And ladies and gentlemen, they did all this. Again, this was actually for the Sacramento Kings. The Sacramento Kings delivered this, and they still lost to the Milwaukee Bucks, but they did challenge the Milwaukee Bucks. Again, when you talk about Harrison Barnes, who put 29 points, he had played 39 minutes of basketball, 6 rebounds, and then Tyrese Haliburton, he had 24 points, and then Terrence Davis, who had 22 points. Ladies and gentlemen, they give a challenge to the Milwaukee Bucks, but again, it was not enough, and Milwaukee Bucks prevailed. So for the Milwaukee Bucks, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. These guys don't need no introduction, and they did this without Giannis Antetokounmpo in the lineup. Yes, Giannis Antetokounmpo was out, ladies and gentlemen. So look at this. Chris Middleton had a great performance. Stand up, Chris Middleton. 34 minutes of basketball played, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 34 points registered. And then Drew Holiday, 34 minutes played, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 26 points, ladies and gentlemen. And then Dante DiVincenzo, DiVincenzo, he had 20 points. And then Jordan Norwa, he had 10 points, ladies and gentlemen. So combined with Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday, ladies and gentlemen, they had almost 50 to 60 plus points combined on the performance of Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton. Those two dynamic duos there. I think they had some 60-point outing showing when you combine those two playmakers. Bobby Portis, he only has 6 points to show for it. And then Pat Connaughton, he had 15 points. But ladies and gentlemen, they're defending NBA champions. They prevailed, against the Sacramento Kings, 133 to 127, your final score there. So awesome stuff by the Milwaukee Bucks. And they did this all without Giannis Antetokounmpo. All right. Oklahoma City Thunder against the Cavaliers. Cavaliers, ladies and gentlemen, they prevailed. They improved their record to 28-19 on the season. For the Oklahoma City Thunder, they're 14-32 nonetheless. All right. Finally, the Phoenix Suns, the hottest team in basketball. Oh my God, 36-9. They beat the Indiana Pacers, who are 17-30 on the season. 113 to 103. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the Phoenix Suns, oh my God. The Phoenix Suns, ladies and gentlemen, they are on a 6-game winning streak. 18-5 at home, 18-4 on the road. They're 9-1 out of the last 10 games. Oh my God. They're 22-7 in the conference. They're .800 percentage right now. This is without a shadow of a doubt, the hottest team in NBA basketball right now. Behind, of course, the Golden State Warriors. But the Golden State Warriors, ladies and gentlemen, as of late, have been losing games. Yeah. I mean, they're right now, Golden State is currently second in the standings, in the Western Conference standings. They're 33-13. They're on a 1-game winning streak, but look at this. Their road record is starting to fall apart. They're 13-9. They're 4-6 in the last 10 games. And they're 20-4 at home, folks. They're 17-8 in the conference. They're 3.5 games back behind the Phoenix Suns. Look at this is unbelievable for the Warriors to be where they at, but they're still a great basketball team nonetheless. But look at this. Oh my God. Look at the Memphis Grizzlies, folks. They're knocking on the doorstep here. They're 32-16. Man, the Memphis Grizzlies, folks. You know, talk about John Morant, man. John Morant. Oh my God, that guy, man, he is playing some outstanding NBA basketball of the season. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me, without a shadow of a doubt, goosebumps the way John Morant and the Memphis Grizzlies are playing some outstanding NBA fashion right now. I cannot wait for NBA playoffs ladies and gentlemen, come the season of spring going into the summer. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, what a season this is going to be. I am hyped. I am hyped about NBA playoffs this upcoming season and the way John Morant is performing, folks. And not to mention, I mean, if you've seen the highlights of John Morant and the way he's playing so far in the NBA basketball season, oh my God, folks, John Morant is he's playing Houdini basketball. I'll just say, folks. I mean, the guy is he is unbelievable, folks. I mean, he's dunking all over people. He's I mean, his jump shot is ridiculous. John Morant, man. John Morant is making some noise. Some noise, folks. He definitely is. I mean, it's insane. It is insane, folks. John Morant, the way he is just on a rampage. I mean, look at, they're knocking on the doorstep with behind Golden State Warriors, and not to mention the Utah Jazz, ladies and gentlemen, they're 30-16 on the season. You talk about, again, Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert and Rudy Gay, ladies and gentlemen, Jared Butler, ladies and gentlemen, they're all right where they're also Jordan Clarkson, ladies and gentlemen, and then Bojan Bogdanovic, ladies and gentlemen, they're all right where they need to be for the Utah Jazz, folks. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. This is a great NBA season so far, ladies and gentlemen, and it just gets better and better as this NBA season progresses. Oh my God, this is truly unbelievable. What a great time to be an NBA fan. What a great time to be an NBA basketball fan, folks. As we wrap up football season, really. So, oh my God, folks, truly tremendous, truly tremendous. Nonetheless. So, nonetheless. I mean, folks, you talk about, man, you talk about how good of a basketball team this team truly is. It is just beyond insane. I mean, they are playing great basketball. Great basketball. All right. Let's move on, folks. Sorry about that. I was hyped up myself. I was definitely hyped up myself. All right. Let's go to NBA games today. We do have NBA games today. They're scheduled for 1:00 p.m. Yep. Actually, we have two early NBA basketball games later on today. Los Angeles Clippers against the New York Knicks. I like, so far right now, the New York Knicks are 22-24 on the season. The Clippers are 23-24. Let's go with the Knicks on this one today. I like the Knicks in this matchup. And also you have the Boston Celtics against the Washington Wizards. That is scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Boston Celtics are 23-24. The Washington Wizards are 23-23 on the season. Now let's go with the Celtics. I like the Celtics in that matchup today. All right. Here are your 6:00 games. You have the Chicago Bulls against the Magic. This is not no-brainer right here. I like the Chicago Bulls in this matchup nonetheless. DeMar DeRozan, man, he's playing outstanding basketball, folks. Nonetheless, Chicago Bulls are currently 28-16 on the season. They're on the road against Orlando Magic. I like the Chicago Bulls this afternoon. Trailblazers against the Toronto Raptors. I like the Raptors in this one. All right. Los Angeles Lakers against the Miami Heat. Let's go with the Heat on this one. I like the Miami Heat and Jimmy Butler here to take this game. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I believe Anthony Davis is a game time decision for this game. Unless something has changed. But let's see if Anthony Davis is a go this afternoon, folks. So we'll see how that fares out. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say something to all the NBA fans out there. So reports are coming in regarding Portland Trailblazers organization, where reports and articles are coming in from the Portland Trailblazers that Damian Leonard is opting out. Well, not actually opting out. he said, according to articles and reports, that he does not want to continue playing. And he had surgery, folks. He does not want to continue playing if the Portland Trailblazers continue to play where they're currently at. And the track record speaks for itself. I mean, if you look at their record, folks, again, they are 19-26 on the season. And the Portland Trailblazers, they're having a rough outing. Not only at that, but again, the track record speaks for itself, folks. Reports are coming in, according to articles and sources, that Damian Leonard is deciding after surgery. He had successful surgery, folks. Okay, prayers for that. But he's deciding to say. I mean, he let the Portland Trailblazers know. He let the organization know if they decide to continue playing the way they're playing for a draft pick, there is no point for Damian Leonard to continue playing this season. Yeah, that is the reports that's coming in from the Portland Trailblazers organization, folks. So as of right now, I don't know what the latest is going to be for Damian Leonard. Anything is possible, folks. I mean, will he decide to play? Will he decide to play? That's all up to him, But we'll keep you up to date as reports do come in regarding Portland Trailblazers, Damian Leonard. Again, ladies and gentlemen, he let the team notice. He put the team on notice, folks. He without hesitation, he let that team know. If they continue to play for draft picks, there's no reason to rush me back and play for this season, folks. And I don't think he's in the wrong for saying that. I don't think he's definitely in the wrong for saying that. So technically, we'll see what the next direction Damian Leonard is going to take regarding if he's going to resume playing with the Portland Trailblazers to finish out the rest of the season, or is he going to sit out? I mean, and I think Damian Leonard will do it, folks. I think he will do it. Yeah, I mean, Damian Leonard doesn't want to put himself into to waste, folks. He is that talented of a player, and he knows it. That's how much talented that he is, and that's how much he is a valuable asset to that basketball team. He definitely let it be known, folks. That's how much good of a basketball player that he is. But at the same time, he's impacting his basketball team, just by sitting out. So, but again, he told that organization, if they continue to play for draft picks, there's no reason for me to come back. There's no reason to rush me back, nonetheless. So he definitely let them know, nonetheless. All right. With that being said, I like the Raptors this afternoon. Again, the Lakers against the Heat. I like the Heat this afternoon against the Los Angeles Lakers. Hawks versus the Hornets. I like the Hornets this afternoon against the Hawks. 76ers against the San Antonio Spurs. Oh, I mean, Joel Embiid, ladies and gentlemen, 26 and 19 on the season. Man, he's having a heck of a performance so far right now, Joel Embiid, folks. It is incredibly insane. It is incredibly insane. The way Joel Embiid is just having a phenomenal season without Ben Simmons, nonetheless. And he's carrying the whole load for the Philadelphia 76ers, and he's letting it be known. I mean, actually also another thing, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Joel Embiid. My good friend, Brooke, my good friend of mine, Brooke. Let me tag her in. I mean, hopefully she's awake on this Sunday morning, unless she's asleep. She was there at that game, ladies and gentlemen, on I believe the day where Joel Embiid made history, folks. And she definitely got so lucky to witness history in the making for that night. And she definitely got lucky, no doubt about it. She definitely did. So let me see if I could tag her in though, folks. Give me 1 second here. I like to tag her in. Let's see if she responds, but actually, hold up a sec. Oh, actually, sorry, folks. Here we go. I tagged her in. Her name is BK. BK, a good friend of mine. BK Coley. Shout out to you, BK Coley, for being at that game on the day that Joel Embiid made history. So for all the Philadelphia 76ers fans out there that are listening in, big congratulations to Joel Embiid. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, you know he scored 50 points against the Orlando Magic in 27 minutes to do it behind Allen Iverson and Wilt Chamberlain, folks. That was some history in the making. That was some history in the making for Joel Embiid to put on a heck of a performance in 27 minutes, folks, to put 50 points against a beat-up Orlando Magic basketball team. Yeah. So, kudos to Joel Embiid, folks. Kudos to him. Such a talented player in his position, nonetheless. And again, BK, shout out to you, though. Shout out to you for being there that night. And not to mention, you had great seats. You had great seats, nonetheless. So you were there, and you witnessed right in front of your eyes. And I know you're a fan of pizza. You love your pizza. You're a die-hard pizza fan, BK Coley. So you know, you are one of my besties. Nonetheless, BK Coley. Hopefully everything is all well with you. Big shout out to you, nonetheless. But I know she loves her pizza. I know she loves her pizza. And I know she loves her amazing food when, you know, at the sports arenas. Again, Wachovia Center is famous for that, ladies and gentlemen. They're famous for their food. You know, when it comes to, you know, grabbing the famous cheesesteaks at the Wachovia Center, the pizza, the hot dogs, the pizza, you know, all you name it, folks. Man, I would like, you know, folks, I would like to go one day. You know, I never been to a basketball game. Yeah. I have not been to one basketball Philadelphia 76ers game yet. I need to start. I need to put that on my bucket list. I need to make a trip out to Philadelphia and go see the Philadelphia 76ers play. I definitely do. That's definitely on my bucket list. I need to definitely go see that. So hopefully, again, the Philadelphia 76ers continue. They continue to have a strong run and they make the playoffs. I mean, I don't see this team, you know, being a disappointment. I think they'll make the playoffs. Again, ladies and gentlemen, last year, they had such a deep run, the Philadelphia 76ers. They almost made the NBA Finals. Yeah. But they came up short, and they lost to the Atlanta Hawks in the Eastern Conference. So, playoffs. But they almost came close, folks. They almost came close. But again, the Philadelphia 76ers, they don't disappoint. I expect a great season ahead of them for the Philadelphia 76ers. But that needs to be on my bucket list, though. That definitely does. I need to make a trip out there to Philadelphia and watch the Philadelphia 76ers play. I definitely do. So hopefully down the road, maybe I could grab a ticket and we can go out there and, you know, watch the Philadelphia 76ers play nonetheless. So, and go after those, the Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, their famous foods. Nonetheless, you know, when you mentioned, again, when you mentioned the cheesesteaks, when you mentioned the pizza, the hot dogs, you know, this is what the city of Philadelphia provides and what it offers. So I need to make a trip down to Philadelphia. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, look, the track record speaks for itself. This is my track record. I've been to a Philadelphia Phillies game. Yes, I've been to a Philadelphia Phillies game. I've been to a Philadelphia Eagles game. Yes. But I have yet to make a trip out there to the Philadelphia Flyers. And I have yet to make a trip out there to the Philadelphia 76ers. So I need to make a trip out there. I definitely do. So again, shout out to BK Coley for being there that night, though. She picked the best nights of all nights to win his history and to make it for Joel Embiid to score 50 points in 27 minutes, folks. Again, behind Allen Iverson to do it and Wilt Chamberlain, folks. Great, amazing performance by Joel Embiid. BK Coley, you're one of the best. You're the GOATs. You're the GOATs of all GOATs. Hope everything's all well with you, nonetheless, though. Shout out to the Coley family, nonetheless. All right. So, folks, again, 76ers, 26-19 on the season. And they go up against the San Antonio Spurs on the road. They're at San Antonio, so I like them. I like them going into today. We'll see how it goes. And hopefully they can make it 27-19 on the season. So awesome stuff. And they're doing this without Ben Simmons. Yes, they're doing this without Ben Simmons. All right. For anybody that's tuning in right now, I am giving out my NBA predictions, folks. Yes. All right. The Memphis Grizzlies versus the Dallas Mavericks. Good game tonight at 7:30. You have the Memphis Grizzlies 32-16. Dallas Mavericks and Luka Doncic, who are 26-20. I like the Grizzlies, folks. I definitely do. Again, the way John Morant is playing, he'll be great enough to stop Luka Doncic, folks. So he's going to put on a great performance nonetheless. I like the Grizzlies and John Morant on the road against the Dallas Mavericks nonetheless. All right. Pistons at the Denver Nuggets. Let's go with the Nuggets here. Nikola Jokic. Let's go with Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets this afternoon. All right. Brooklyn Nets at the Timberwolves. We'll go with the Brooklyn Nets on this one. Yes. Brooklyn Nets are having a great heck of a season. And I think they'll continue to prevail. I think they'll pick up their 30th win of the season too. So before we do look at the standings, the Utah Jazz versus the Golden State Warriors. That's going to be a great basketball game there. I like the Golden State Warriors in that one. All right. Let's go over the standings in the Eastern Conference, ladies and gentlemen. As far as the Eastern Conference are concerned, the Brooklyn Nets, they're on a 2-game winning streak. They're 6-4 in the last 10 games, 17-5 on the road. They're 12-11 at home. They're struggling at home, folks, the Brooklyn Nets. How are they doing so well on the road, but they're not doing so good at home? I don't get it. I mean, they're having a rough showing at home for the Brooklyn Nets at the Barclays Center. They're 12-11, and on the road, they are 17-5. A dominating record, nonetheless. I don't know what's going on in the sports world, folks. I really don't. And I do not just see this in football perspective, but I also see it in basketball, folks. I mean, is home field advantage not a thing anymore? Like, it seems like home field advantage is not a thing anymore. It really is not. So how are teams doing so well on the road, but they're not doing good in their prospective home turf? It doesn't make sense to me. It's really puzzling. It's really puzzling. How are teams doing so well on the road, but they cannot do so perfectly well at home? And we'll talk about that in the NFL and what I mean by that in a couple minutes here. But again, the NBA and the NFL are totally different. The NBA is the National Basketball Association, and then you got the NFL, who is the National Football League. So there are totally different opposites and different leagues, nonetheless. So we're totally talking a different subject and different form here. So, but again, I see it though. I see it. Like, is home field advantage not a thing anymore? Like really? So, again, they're 29 in the conference right now in their conference. So Brooklyn Nets are right where they need to be. Chicago Bulls, they're knocking on the doorstep. They're 28-16. They're knocking right right behind the Brooklyn Nets, folks. Nonetheless, the Miami Heat, they're knocking on the door too. They're 29-17. And then the Milwaukee Bucks, they're knocking on the door. The Cavaliers and the Philadelphia 76ers. So those are your dynamic your dynamic teams that are doing very well in the Eastern Conference for the 2021-2022 NBA season. So great stuff nonetheless. Great stuff. So those are your teams that are doing very well for the 2021-2022 NBA season. All right. So those are my predictions for your NBA, folks. Enjoy those NBA basketball games. It's going to be a great Sunday nonetheless. I mean, you got college basketball going on today. You got NBA basketball going on today. And you got a lot going on in your local community going on today nonetheless. So awesome stuff. All right. Let's move over to UFC. Where are my boxing fans at? Huh? Where are my boxing fans? Did anybody watch boxing last night? Oh my God. I'm gonna tell you guys right now that what a day. What a night in boxing. What a night. What a night in boxing, folks. So where are my boxing fans at? Seriously. We're going to tag some of them. Yeah, we're going to tag some of them. Again, folks, UFC, man, their boxing was over the roof. What a great showing in UFC boxing. We're going to talk about UFC boxing, folks. And we're going to give you the results of the UFC, ladies and gentlemen, nonetheless, because this is what we're all about. All right. So with that being said, we had a good card in UFC boxing, ladies and gentlemen, last night. So we had Juarez against, Juarez versus the Molos, the women's UFC boxing. And then we had Henson versus Judivis. I'm sorry. No, actually, it's Jusadovich. That's in the women's UFC picture. And then we had Barcelos versus Henry, Madalena versus Rodriguez, Gravely versus Oliveri, and we had Freyvallo versus Valdez, and then we had Piera versus Falaho, and then we had Stamian versus Norma Godovic, Morales versus Gillis, and then the main event, Morano versus Figueroa, and then we had Niguo versus Gain. Here are the results, ladies and gentlemen, for UFC boxing. We're going to give those to you guys. Again, what a boxing night. What a boxing night, folks. And truly amazing in UFC boxing picture. But here are the results. We're going to go, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the main event odds yesterday for the UFC boxing main event, where you had, for all my UFC bettors out there that are sports gamblers, you had Francis Ngannou, who was plus 125 in his sports bet yesterday. For anybody that put money on Francis yesterday, folks, you got your money's worth. So congratulations to Francis on retaining his UFC title. And then you had Kyril Gain, who was minus 150. Unfortunately, Kyril Gain, he lost against Francis. But then, ladies and gentlemen, again, you had another main event where Davison Figueroa, he prevailed against Brandon Morano. Davison Figueroa, he was plus 160. Brandon Morano was minus 190. If you put your money on Davison, you got your money's worth, folks. Congratulations to you. Those were your main event winners. So again, here are your UFC results. Let's go through them. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, here's some UFC that I would like to share with you folks. This is the new heavyweight era in the UFC picture. Again, the main event last night between Francis Ngannou and Carol Gane. Again, it was for the first undisputed heavyweight title fight. That will not involve the Stipe, Mokek, or Daniel Kumaric since 2015. It was a new heavyweight fight era. Again, these two gentlemen, in the last night's heavyweight fight, nonetheless, between these two guys. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about this UFC night that the boxing UFC had. Great ratings. I think they had a great audience in the UFC, ladies and gentlemen. Nonetheless, again, Jasmine Juzovic defeated Kay Hansen, anonymous decision yesterday in the women's UFC picture. And then, ladies and gentlemen, they had also Vanessa DePolos. She defeated Silvina Gomez via submission in the first round. And then you had Matt Ferreira defeated Giancarlo Valdez TKO in round one, folks. And then you had Tony Gravelli. He defeated Semaine Oliveri, anonymous decision, folks. And then you had Jack Dalla Mandalina. He defeated Pete Rodriguez TKO. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you had Victor Henry, who defeated Ronnie Barcelos, anonymous decision. And then you had Michael Morales, who defeated Traven Gillis via TKO punch in round one. In round one. And then you had Said Nurmagomedov. He defeated Cody Stamann via submission. Chokehold. I believe it was a chokehold. Yeah. In round one. All right. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you had Michael Pereira. He defeated Andre Falaho via anonymous decision. And then, more to go over here. We also had another winner from the UFC. Yes, we had Davison Figueroa. Davison Figueroa. He defeated Brandon Morano. Again, congratulations to him. The anonymous decision there. And then also we had finally, last but not least, your heavyweight main event. The heavyweight fighter of all fighters who put on a great performance, Francis Ngannou. He defeated Carol Gane, anonymous decision, to become the first undisputed heavyweight champion of all champions. So congratulations to all the UFC UFC champion winners in last night's UFC fight on your Saturday night. So what a great UFC showing, though. To all my boxing fans out there, hopefully you enjoyed that UFC fight. Again, congratulations to Francis, man. Francis of all Francis, man. The guy is a tremendous boxer nonetheless. To step foot into a UFC boxing matchup, and he is the GOAT of all GOATs, folks. To win to retain his title, and to become the greatest boxing of all time in the UFC picture. So great stuff. Hopefully everybody watched that amazing fight. Nonetheless, it was definitely a great outing and a great showing, and everybody got their money's worth. To all my sports gamblers out there, again, if you did put your money on that boxing matchup, you definitely probably came out very, very, very victorious nonetheless, which is no brainer there. But you also came out with tons of unloaded cash in your pockets. as you probably go to the casino today and cash out. So to all my sports gamblers out there, that was truly amazing stuff. To anybody that did put their money on Francis last night, he definitely prevailed and he definitely put on a boxing performance in the boxing ring of the UFC picture, man. I mean, a lot of people probably got their money's worth. To all my sports gamblers out there, if you guys are a betting people person, if you are a betting people person, you definitely got your money's worth. You definitely did. You probably walked out with tons of money when you cashing out. So to all my winners out there, if you did win, please shoot me a message so we could go out and have some dinner. Maybe you guys could treat me to dinner. I don't know, but awesome stuff nonetheless. Awesome stuff. All right. Let's talk NFL. Finally, right? Oh my God. I mean, people hate hearing me talk sometimes. I swear. But this is what we're good for, though. All right. So, with that being said, let's talk NFL and what transpired in the NFL. What a playoff Saturday. What a playoff Saturday we witnessed. What a playoff Saturday, folks. Did anybody see it coming, though? Did anybody see it coming? I mean, again, I get my point across. I go back and I say to myself, for everybody out there that are probably wondering on this Sunday morning, is home field advantage a thing anymore? Is it really? Is home field advantage a thing anymore? This is where now we need to sit down, have our cup of coffee, and focus on the NFL because we have a lot to talk about. We definitely have a lot to talk about. So, welcome to Playoff Sunday. All right. And we're going to recap Playoff Saturday, though. But, folks, who expected the unexpected? I mean, who expected the unexpected? We're talking about Playoff Saturday. We'll get to Sunday in a couple minutes here. Who thought the number one seed? Oh my God! I can't believe. I cannot believe without a shadow of a doubt that I am saying that in one sentence. I cannot believe, and it happened on the same day. It happened on one day, and both teams had bye weeks. Both teams had bye weeks, folks. But my predictions were, well, one of the two predictions was right. Because if anybody tuned in to my Friday's podcast, that 1 hour session where we only talked about the NFL, if you guys go back and look at that video and you rewind it and say and go back and look and see what Joseph said, yeah, Joseph did pick the Bengals to win that game. Right or wrong? Of course. Of course, the Bengals won that game. But that Green Bay game, I picked Green Bay. And look what happened. Now, they were the favorites. Yes. Again, with everything that Green Bay been having as of late, you know, talking about the situation with Aaron Rodgers, with Devontae Adams. Yeah, you know, we don't know if they're going to be with Green Bay next year. You know, rumors are going around that they might be going to Pittsburgh. They might be going to the Dolphins. They might be going to Denver. You know, a lot plays now on the status. A lot of questions that need answers going into the offseason. exactly what is Aaron Rodgers' next move. And again, this is where money comes. This is where money plays a major factor. Will the Green Bay Packers have enough money to keep Davante Adams next season? Now, the another question is, I'm gonna throw something out there. I'm gonna throw a little bit of a curveball here. The question also is Davante Adams going to be interested in staying with Green Bay if Aaron Rodgers leaves Green Bay? Think about that for a minute. I mean, does Davante Adams want to stay? That's the ultimate question now. Does Davante Adams want to stay, folks? If Aaron Rodgers decides to either call it a career or go to a different team. Now, it's no brainer. If Aaron Rodgers does stay with Green Bay, then Green Bay is going to find a solution. It's not going to be satisfying, though. I'm sorry for all the Davante Adams fans out there that love Davante Adams and their Green Bay Packers. It is not going to be a satisfying solution. If Aaron Rodgers does stay with Green Bay next season, then the only solution is that Green Bay, all they can do is try to reconstruct his contract, to lower it, possibly to maybe either a 1 year or a 2 year deal, but with lower money standards. Yes, you are hearing that right, folks. I don't know how Davante Adams is going to like that. Again, I don't know his attitude. I cannot read his attitude. All right, I cannot read Davante Adams. I don't think anybody can. But if Aaron Rodgers decides to stay with Green Bay, the only ultimate solution that Matt LaFleur and Green Bay organization, all they could do is possibly reconstruct Davante Adams' contract. And maybe come to a satisfying agreement where maybe we could keep Davante Adams on a 1 year deal, maybe 2 year deal, but with lower money. All right. Again, money talks, folks. Money talks. Yes. But the rumors are true, folks. He is testing free agency. He will be on the free agency market. And the ultimate question is, where's Davante Adams going to be going? Yes, where will Davante Adams go? Where will he land? So that's the ultimate question going to this offseason. I am so hyped about the NFL offseason, folks. You have no idea. I mean, a lot of teams, not a lot of teams, a lot of players are going to be on radar this offseason. You talk about the Russell Wilson sweepstakes. And then you talk about Ben Roethlisberger. Yes. Will Ben Roethlisberger come back? Or has he called it a career? Pittsburgh Steelers are definitely looking into the Pittsburgh Panthers quarterback. Yes, articles are coming around. I don't know, has anybody heard? For all my Pittsburgh Steelers fans out there, articles are coming in and reports, according to sources, Mr. Tomlin is looking and scouting the Pittsburgh Panthers quarterback. Yes, he is thinking about bringing him in. So, but that all depends on Ben Roethlisberger too. I mean, he did say that this is it. He's hanging up his cleats. He's calling it a career. But does he have still 1 more year left in him? Again, Juju Smith-Schuster wants Ben Roethlisberger to come back. So, this all plays into a factor. Now, folks, oh my God, my good buddy of mine. This guy needs a tag right now. Where's my good buddy of mine? Huh? Shout out to the smoothie company. Yeah, the company that makes smoothies. Fruit and Bowls. Fruit and Bowls, my good cousin of mine. Where are you at? Oh my God, I need to tag this guy right now. Where's my good buddy of mine? Where is my good buddy of mine? This guy needs a tag. Get on here, my friend. Get on here, Mr. John Sayech, my good cousin of mine. Hopefully, I'm not waking you up. I don't know. Maybe you're sleeping on this Sunday because your business is closed today. Shout out, ladies and gentlemen, to Fruit Bowls. Fruit Bowls is the amazing of all companies in the Lehigh Valley. They're open weekdays, Monday through Saturday. If you're in the mood for a smoothie or for an oatmeal, go to Fruit Bowls. Shout out to them. The Worldwide Sport Updates is shouting Fruit Bowls, ladies and gentlemen. And so yeah, if you're ever around the vicinity in downtown Allentown, go to Fruit Bowls, ladies and gentlemen. Grab a oatmeal, grab a coffee, yes. Grab some smoothies or a milkshake, whatever your desire is, and go out there. But ladies and gentlemen, he's a good guy. He is a great guy where he comes from. He has a great family nonetheless. But folks, he's a diehard Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Now, I want to throw this out there to all the Pittsburgh Steelers fans. Can you imagine if the Pittsburgh Steelers, if they I know Juju Smith-Schuster is going to be a free agent also. So he's going to be testing free agency as well. But if Juju Smith-Schuster comes back, grab your hair, folks. Grab your hair. This is going to give you some goosebumps. It's going to give you chills right now, folks. Can you imagine if Mike Tomlin does the impossible and he brings in Aaron Rodgers and Davante Adams along with Juju Smith-Schuster on the other side of the wide receiver position? Oh my God. And then you have Najee Harris. And then you got TJ Watt. Ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine that football team? What they truly have right now? I mean, it is a great time right now to be a Pittsburgh Steelers fan if this truly happens. Again, ladies and gentlemen, money talks. All right? Money talks, and the other thing walks. But to all my Pittsburgh Steelers fans out there, can you imagine if Mike Tomlin does the blockbuster of all blockbuster moves and he brings in Aaron Rodgers and Davante Adams, and they figure out how to reconstruct Juju Smith's contract? Oh my God, that gives me goosebumps of all goosebumps. I mean, it could very well happen, folks. It could very well happen. It's all about capacity, folks. It's all about the capacity, the money value. It's all about again, it is capacity, folks. It is capacity. It is how much could Pittsburgh make some serious moves if that happens? I mean, what a oh my God, what a possible great day. What a great day it's going to be if Pittsburgh does the impossible, folks. All right? I mean, cap space is what it's going to be all about. It's going to be all about cap space. And Pittsburgh could do the impossible, folks. They could do the impossible. It could be done. It could be done, folks. I mean, this is going to be an interesting NFL offseason, folks. It definitely is. I mean, and we're going to be right with you, folks. We're going to be right with you nonetheless, and we're going to talk about it. We are going to talk about it, definitely. So, I'm a little bit hyped that this could possibly happen. I mean, it's all about value, you know. So if the Pittsburgh does what, the possible's there. If the table, the stacks on deck is there. If Mike Tomlin could pull it off, Mike Tomlin is going to be going down as the genius of all genius as a head coach. If he could do it, if he could pull it off. But we have to wait and see what Ben Roethlisberger does. All right. Again, Ben Roethlisberger is going to be again, he's going to be still watched exactly what he's going to do. And again, he did mention this is his last run. And a lot of people really thanked him, for his amazing career. I believe he's a future Hall of Famer. So something to look forward to, folks. This NFL offseason. That's definitely for sure. And then you got Russell Wilson, his sweepstakes. What's going to happen? Are we going to look at Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson's relationship come to an end? So think about that for a minute. It could possibly happen. And then, folks, again, Aaron Rodgers. It's all about Aaron Rodgers, Davante Adams. What goes on from here? What goes on? Will they go to Denver? Will they go to the Denver Broncos? Will they go to the Miami Dolphins? Look at this. Miami Dolphin fans. Again, it still puzzles me. That Brian Flores, that firing of Brian Flores, it still doesn't make sense. It still doesn't make sense to me. And ladies and gentlemen, there's rumors going around that Brian Flores might be going to Philadelphia, but it's not for the head coaching position though. So keep an eye on that for a minute there. Man, you know what good of a good move it will be for the Philadelphia Eagles if they get Brian Flores, because Mr. Glanigan, I believe, he's getting interviews from the Houston Texans right now. So I believe that's the second interview. I believe so. So can you imagine if Glanigan gets shipped out and then all of a sudden, Philadelphia Eagles bring in Brian Flores? Think about that for a minute. So we shall see. Folks, Brian Flores is a great head coach. He did what was unbelievable going into this season. He started 1-7 for the Miami Dolphins, but he had a 7-game losing streak. But then to finish on a 7-game winning streak to end the season and to beat the Patriots twice was great. Was a great performance. And it was so great by the head coach of Brian Flores. So it's gonna be interesting. To truly see what's truly gonna unfold this NFL offseason. So we're gonna keep an eye out. We're definitely gonna keep an eye out on Aaron Rodgers, Davante Adams, and Russell Wilson, and Ben Roethlisberger too. So, and Juju Smith-Schuster. So We're going to see what truly unfolds this NFL offseason, but it's going to be interesting. It definitely is. I am definitely hyped up about the NFL offseason and truly what's going to happen. This is going to be an interesting NFL offseason nonetheless. All right. With that being said, let's go back and talk about playoff Saturdays. So, again, who expected though? Who expected the number 1 seed to fall on the same day? Yeah. But actually, let's recap and go back and mention what went wrong for those teams that lost. And they had a bye week too. They had a bye week. The Tennessee Titans had a bye week and the Green Bay Packers had a bye week. So what exactly went wrong for the number 1 seed? So let's talk about the Bengals and the Tennessee Titans game. The hype was all there for Derrick Henry coming back. All right, the hype was there. Derrick Henry did come back. He made his triumphant return. But ladies and gentlemen, if you go back to my Friday's live podcast and you rewind exactly what I said, Derrick Henry came back way too soon, folks. He came back way too soon. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it, folks. He just came back way too soon. The outcome did not look good for Tennessee Titans. I mean, Ryan Tannehill, he struggled. Mike Vrabel, the problem for Mike Vrabel and his game plan and his coaching strategy, the problem for them is they kept the Cincinnati Bengals in this ball game, folks. In this ball game. And not to mention the Cincinnati Bengals defensive coverage. Defensive coverage is what killed the Tennessee Titans. It killed them. Yes, it killed them. Man, that secondary by the Cincinnati Bengals, that defensive coverage, that defense by the Cincinnati Bengals, Jesse Bates. Oh my God, have a day, young man. Have a day. He showed up. Mr. Bates, he showed up for the Cincinnati Bengals, folks. And to keep the Cincinnati Bengals in this ball game was a big bozo no-no for the Tennessee Titans. That was your first mistake. That was your first mistake for the Tennessee Titans to keep the Cincinnati Bengals in this ball game. That was your first mistake, Tennessee. That was your first mistake. I mean, look at this. You have Derrick Henry coming back, all right, from a season-ending injury. And again, I say it was way too soon. And not to mention, the Tennessee Titans did not even use Derrick Henry effectively. All right, because again, I go back and I say this. If you go back to my Friday's recorded podcast, I go back and I mention the Derrick Henry was going to be put to the test, right or wrong. He was going to be put to the test. And the Cincinnati Bengals, ladies and gentlemen, they did that. They did that and they prevailed. And their game plan worked to its perfection. Yes, it definitely did. The Cincinnati Bengals, they challenged Derrick Henry, folks. They definitely did. They put him to the ultimate test. And they made him feel very uncomfortable in the backfield position. Yes, they definitely did. So that was the Tennessee Titans' definitely ultimate biggest problem of all problems, to feel very uncomfortable. And again, they had no answer. They had no answer. And I mean, you had a bye week. Tennessee Titans, you had a bye week, for crying out loud. For Pete's sakes. You had a bye week. You had a bye week and you couldn't use your ultimate effective weapon to beat the Cincinnati Bengals and shut down that defense? I mean, what's going on here? What's going on here? Your ultimate weapon in Derrick Henry, the guy who gets past defenders 10 plus yards, who jumps over defenders, and you could not use him. I mean, look, I'm gonna pull up stats. Hold up here. You got me guys fired up. So go back to this game real quick. Go back to this game. All right, go back to this game. Let's pull up the stats real quick. So, all right, so let's go back here. Derrick Henry, folks. Oh my God. I mean, he had one touchdown, yes, but oh my God. 62 yards? 62 yards on the ground for Derrick Henry? And then he only had, what, 20 carries? You know, I mean, this is not the Derrick Henry that I know, folks. I mean, if you go back and you look at the regular season for Derrick Henry, when he carries the ball 20 plus yards, he has a great performance. Right or wrong? You know, so he has a great performance. When he carries that ball 20 carries or more, it's a better performance from Derrick Henry than what we just witnessed yesterday. So they definitely put him into limitations. They definitely did. So costing mistakes by the Tennessee Titans. Costing mistakes by the Tennessee Titans football team. And ladies and gentlemen, I knew that the Bengals were going to win this football game. I just knew it because Joey Burrow, Jamar Chase, again, by the way, congratulations to Jamar Chase, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to Jamar Chase real quick here. Congratulations to him and his incredible season nonetheless. For the first time, ladies and gentlemen, for Jamar Chase, I'm going to pull this up. Yes, Jamar Chase, folks. Congratulations to him for the first time in his rookie NFL history to record 100 receiving yards in multiple postseason games. Man, have a day for Jamar Chase, folks. Have a day, man. Have a day. That was incredible performance. Incredible performance by Jamar Chase. Again, a rookie to do that in the playoffs. Folks, Joey Burrow, folks, and Jamar Chase are your dynamic duos for that football team. And Joe Mixon. Actually, I would say the three Musketeers, including Higgins. But, I mean, well, probably you got to talk about the four dynamic playmakers. The four quadruple playmakers on that roster for the Cincinnati Bengals, and they are just playing outstanding football, folks. This Cincinnati Bengals team is scary. This Cincinnati Bengals is scary. Ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine if next week, if we get a treat next week where it's going to be the Bengals versus the Buffalo Bills at Buffalo? Oh my God, we are in a heck of a treat of a football game next week if we witness the Bengals versus the Buffalo Bills. So that is going to be one heck playoff atmosphere, nonetheless. But ladies and gentlemen, again, congratulations to Jamar Chase. Also, ladies and gentlemen, there's somebody else that needs to be recognized. Mr. Brown, AJ Brown, ladies and gentlemen, he set a all-time team record, 142 yards and counting. Even though with a loss, he still gets recognized for his amazing performance. Again, he had 142 yards, receiving yards. He had 142 receiving yards. He had 5 receptions, 28.4 average, and he posted 1 touchdown. Julio Jones was not effective at all, folks. He had 22 receiving yards. Yeah, 62 receiving yards and 6 reception yards. He posted no touchdowns nonetheless. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Devontae Foreman, he had 66 yards on the ground, 4 carries. He averaged 60.5. And then Derrick Henry, man, very limited. 62 yards on the ground, 20 carries, 3.1 average, and 1 touchdown. And then, man, Ryan Tannehill. Ryan Tannehill, folks, he posted 1 touchdown and he had 3 interceptions against that Bengals defense. And folks, oh my God, let's talk about that Bengals defense for a minute. They did a heck of a performance just to stay in this game. The Bengals defense, 3 interceptions. And then Ryan Tannehill, he had 15 for 24 completion attempts, 220 yards total passing. And the Cincinnati Bengals, man, that defense prevailed. That defense prevailed. That defense prevailed. And then, talk about this. Talk about this. Joey Burrow, he got sacked 9 times. 9 times, folks. Joey Burrow got sacked 9 times. And he still won the game. The Tennessee Titans defense, they sacked Joey Burrow 9 times. And they still can't win that football game. And because of what? Because of the Tennessee Titans offense. And because of Ryan Tannehill's poor decision making on offense. Again, how did you not see that defensive coverage at the end of that fourth quarter game ball, where the game really mattered the most, and you threw an interception on that defensive coverage? You know, that says a whole lot. That says a whole lot on this football team. You know, that says a whole lot on this football team. I mean, it goes to show you, like, you know, did they really deserve that number 1 spot? You know? I mean, the Tennessee Titans had everything going for them, folks. You know? You're at the Coliseum. At the Coliseum Stadium, down in Nashville, Tennessee. Home field advantage. You know? And you and Derrick Henry had 1 week to prepare. And it didn't work in your favor. It didn't work in your favor. I mean, it says a whole lot. It says a whole lot by this football team. Now, I mean, moving forward, will they learn from this? Absolutely. Absolutely. But, I mean, again, folks, you know, if anybody tuned in and listened to Mike Vrabel's post-media press conference after the game, you know, as long as Mike Vrabel is the head coach of the Tennessee Titans, they will not take losing lightly. So, they'll learn from this. This will be a learning experience for the Tennessee Titans, and they'll move on for sure. So, Bengals move on to the AFC Championship, and they wait the winner. And we will talk about the winner today, nonetheless. All right. 49ers and the Green Bay Packers. Oh my God, what went wrong here? So, I'll tell you this, folks. The 49ers versus the Green Bay Packers game, it was an ugly game. It was an ugly game. I kid you not. But it was a fight to the finish to watch, nonetheless. The Packers and the 49ers game was an ugly game, but it was a fight to the finish. It was a fight to the finish. Ladies and gentlemen, that game, it all came down to the secondary. And the analysts, the guys that predict the ball game, the broadcasters, the commentators, again, same thing. They were all right when they mentioned that this game came down to the secondary. Who's gonna win in the secondary position? That offense on both sides between the 49ers and Green Bay was horrible. It was a horrible showing. Let's go back and look at the stats, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy Garoppolo, oh my God, his quarterback rating, was I think was probably under 50 rate. It probably was under 50. 11 for 19 for Jimmy Garoppolo completion attempts. 131 passing, and he had 1 interception, folks. Eli Mitchell, not effective at all. 53 yards running through the ground. He had 17 carries. Deebo Samuel, no touchdowns, 39 yards, 10 carries. George Kittle, man, ladies and gentlemen, nobody on that offense was that effective at all. It was all about special teams and the kickers. Aaron Rodgers, no touchdowns, no interceptions, 225 passing yards, 20 for 29 completion attempts. Aaron Jones did not post any touchdowns, but he had 129 yards, rushing on the ground. Actually, no, I'm sorry, receiving. Aaron Jones, ladies and gentlemen, he played wide receiver. He had 129 receiving yards and 9 receptions. But again, it was not enough to win this football game. Devontae Adams, ladies and gentlemen, 9 receptions, 90 yards, 0 touchdowns. Alan Lazard, not effective at all. 1 reception, 6 reception yards, 0 touchdowns. Ladies and gentlemen, and then you talk about Mercedes Lewis, who was not effective at all. And then you talk about Marquise Valdes-Scantling. His name was not mentioned at all in this ball game. He was very limited. AJ Dillon is the only one that really posted a touchdown. The second string backfield position, he had 1 touchdown, 25 yards, 7 carries. I mean, nothing to show for it by this Green Bay Packers team, folks. Nothing. It was a disappointing. It was a disappointing football game. It was definitely a disappointing football game. So the secondary, it came down to the secondary. And ladies and gentlemen, not to mention, you have a great head coach and Matt LaFleur. You have Devontae Adams and you have Aaron Rodgers, who started really fast in this football game. That 1 touchdown alone in the first half, it came by the Green Bay Packers' AJ Dillon. AJ Dillon is the one that got the Green Bay Packers off to a hot start. Yeah, they were 7-0. But come on, Green Bay. How the hell do you let San Francisco in this ballgame? Not to mention, it was 13 degrees in that football game. The wind chill was like minus 0 degrees. And it was snowing. It was snowing in Green Bay. Oh my God. It was snowing in Green Bay. The frozen tundra of Green Bay. It was snowing. It was 13 degrees. The wind chill was 0. And you let San Francisco 49ers in this ball game? And not to mention, we're not going to get to Jimmy Garoppolo here. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo is a class act, for crying out loud. At the end of the game, what he said, he said some profanity language on the Green Bay Packers. What a great showing there. And you did not even do much in this football game. I mean, you had to rely on your kicker to win this football game for you. But Nothing to show for it. The secondary helped you win this football game. And the Green Bay Packers, what are you thinking? I mean, the referees, they were blinded by this. How the heck do you have only 10 men on the field? Oh my God, you're getting my blood pressure rising here. How the heck do you have only 10 men on the field? Like, how do you miss that? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, everything just did not go right for Green Bay, folks. Nothing clicked. Nothing. And you really expect a whole lot of better performance out of Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams, folks. You really do. You expect a whole lot out of those two dynamic playmakers, not to mention Aaron Jones. I mean, Aaron Jones did the best that he can. He was playing wide receiver more than he was playing running back. You know? I mean, look at the 49ers. I mean, look at, they used Debo. They used Debo as a running back and a wide receiver. You know, but look at, he did not have a great performance either, and San Francisco still edged out a victory. I don't know, how the heck do you let San Francisco win this football game? I just don't, I don't know. Well, with that being said, it's in the record books now. You know, San Francisco moves on, you know, to the NFC Championship. I mean, they already beat Dallas Cowboys at home. On the road. They beat Dallas Cowboys on the road. They beat Green Bay on the road. And now next week, we might get ourselves a treat here. Next week, it could be Jimmy Garoppolo versus Tom Brady. Yeah. I mean, what's going to happen? Is Jimmy Garoppolo going to beat, is he going to beat Tom Brady in Tampa Bay? You know? I mean, we are finally going to get our wish, folks. We've always said that we wanted to see Jimmy Garoppolo versus Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. That's when Tom Brady was with the Patriots. But now that Tom Brady moved to the NFC picture, we're finally going to get it now, folks. We're in for a treat. Get your popcorn ready, folks. Strap on that seatbelt. I think we're going to get it. Or are we going to get a rematch? Round 3. Matthew Stafford versus Jimmy Garoppolo. By the way, folks, San Francisco 49ers are the lowest seed. Whoever wins between Tampa Bay and Los Angeles or Tampa will be hosting the NFC Championship. The ultimate question now is going to come down to, is will SoFi Stadium get home field advantage? Will the Rams get home field advantage going into next week? Oh my God, the city of LA is going to be buzzing next week if that happens. The city of LA is going to be buzzing if that happens, folks. Mark my words. But unfortunately, you got to surpass Tom Brady and the GOAT first, though. So, I did not expect the 49ers to win this football game. No, I did not. It's shocking. It is shocking. And they prevailed 13-10 in your final. I mean, folks, again, when I mentioned special teams, it was about special teams. I mean, the 49ers defense, for crying out loud. In the frozen tundra of Green Bay, Wisconsin, they blocked a punt, got that ball back, and returned it for a touchdown on the defensive side. And then it was all about the field goal kickers. I mean, look at the field goal kicker from the Cincinnati Bengals helped clinch the Cincinnati Bengals to the AFC Championship. And then on the NFC side, you had the NFC kicker from the 49ers help San Francisco punch their ticket to the NFC Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why they say NFL kickers are so valuable in the NFL. That's why you draft a NFL kicker. That's why they're so valuable. That's why they say they're so valuable, folks. So the 49ers prevailed. Congratulations. All right. With that being said, they got my blood pressure up, so that's good. We have Sunday games to talk about. Buccaneers versus the Rams. Buffalo Bills versus the Kansas City Chiefs. What a game that is going to be tonight. What a game that is going to be tonight between Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. The rematch, part 2. So, when we wake up Monday morning to get ready for work, to get ready for school, to have breakfast, to have our omelet, to have eggs and pancakes, who's going to wake up Monday morning to decide the winner of who moves on to the NFC Championship? Of course, we will find out who's going to move on from the NFC side. I mean, that game is going to be an early game, but as far as the AFC divisional round between the Chiefs and the Bills, I mean, a lot of people might stay up late to watch that game. They might fall asleep by that. I think that game is at 8 o'clock or something. Or no, it's at 6 o'clock. I'm sorry. So that game should be over by 10. I believe so. Let's check it out here. So, let's see. Yeah, it's scheduled for 6:30 p.m. So it should end by 10 o'clock, hopefully. But folks, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. All right, so let's talk about the Buccaneers versus the Rams. The last time, this is part 2 though. Okay, this is part 2. The last time the Rams and the Buccaneers met was back in week 3. The final score in that football game, the Rams won 34. It was 34 to 28. Actually, 34 to 24. It was a 10-point differential. Okay, 10-point difference. The Rams defeated the Buccaneers at SoFi Stadium 34 to 24. Rams went on to 3-0, undefeated. The Buccaneers suffered their first loss, 2-1. Here's the outcome. Matthew Stafford, ladies and gentlemen, had a field day. He made a believer out of everybody, and that guy had a great performance against the Buccaneers defense. 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Yes, you heard that right, folks. In the same sentence, 0 interceptions against that Buccaneers defense. 4 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. 27 for 38 completion attempts, and he threw for 343 passing yards. Sonny Michel, 20 carries, he has 67 yards. Now, look who had a great day. Deshaun Jackson, 1 touchdown, 120 yards receiving, and 3 receptions. Cooper Kupp, he had 9 receptions, 96 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Tyler Higbee, 1 touchdown, 40 receiving yards, and 5 receptions. Now, the difference going into this football game is the Rams don't have Deshaun Jackson no more. Deshaun Jackson went to the Las Vegas Raiders, and they're eliminated, so they're in the offseason now. The Rams, however, they have Odell Beckham, who's playing a heck of a performance. The Rams have Von Miller, who's a great acquisition to that defensive side. And the Rams have Aaron Donald, who is a sack machine on that defensive coverage, on that defensive line. So, and you got Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey, folks. So, with that being said, With that being said, for the Buccaneers, Tom Brady struggled against that Rams defense. Tom Brady had 1 touchdown, no interceptions. He threw for 432 yards, 41 for 55 completion attempts. Ronald Jones, he had 0 touchdowns, 11-yard receiving, 5 carries. Speaking of Ronald Jones, he will not be playing against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this afternoon. He is out. The good news is Leonard Fournette is coming back. That is the good news. Rob Gronkowski is available. Mike Evans is available. And Giovanni Bernard is available. With that being said, will the outcome be the same, where Matthew Stafford will have a heck of a performance, or will it be a different scenario? Will it be a different scenario? Or will it be the same outcome? Will Matthew Stafford have what it takes to make a believer out of everybody? To defy the odds, to silence the doubters? Can he do what's impossible become the possible and dethrone Tom Brady, folks? Can he do it? Matthew Stafford, ladies and gentlemen, he has the whole ability and he has all the weapons to do what it takes to come out victorious at Tampa Bay this afternoon, folks. He definitely does. I mean, Matthew Stafford has been nothing but a great performer this upcoming season with the Los Angeles Rams after leaving the Detroit Lions and joining the Los Angeles Rams. But in the last meeting, to post 4 touchdowns against that Buccaneers defense, that says a whole lot. So, this game, going into today's game, it is going to be a little bit different because you don't have Deshaun Jackson anymore, but you do have Odell Beckham. And the ultimate question going into this game is how much Odell Beckham is that ultimate answer to your football team. That is going to be the question going into this football game. How valuable did you make that transaction move to send Deshaun Jackson on his way to Las Vegas and bring in Odell Beckham from the Cleveland Browns? How much is that going to be such a great move for the Los Angeles Rams, folks? Again, if the Rams, if they do the impossible, become the possible. Again, we have seen the impossible become the impossible. We have seen the impossible become the possible. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they did it last year, folks, where they made the impossible become the possible. They had home field advantage throughout the playoffs, and they went to the Super Bowl to play in their own Super Bowl to win a championship in their own Super Bowl. Now, can the Rams be the second team to do that? Absolutely. Absolutely, the Rams could do that. Why not? Why the heck not? Why the heck not? Why the heck cannot the Rams do what the Buccaneers did? Absolutely, absolutely the heck yes, they can. Can we see history in the making, folks, again? 2 years in a row. Can we see the Los Angeles Rams dethrone Tom Brady, go on to the NFC Championship, home field advantage for the NFC crown, Los Angeles Rams? And not to mention they don't have to do any traveling because the Super Bowl is going to be played in LA. Talk about a possibly history in the making for SoFi Stadium to make its debut in Super Bowl era history. Ladies and gentlemen, SoFi Stadium has already been 2 years. Last year, it made its debut without fans. Oh my God. I'm hype. I'm hype right now. I am juiced up. Anybody listening out there? SoFi Stadium, ladies and gentlemen, has been up and running operation for 2 years right now. All right. They just debuted last year without fans due to the coronavirus. Can you imagine if the Rams do the impossible? Again, it's any given Sunday in the NFL, folks. Again, the NFL is so predictable nowadays. But can Matthew Stafford dethrone Tom Brady and send the Rams back home to LA where they don't have to do so much traveling? Talk about a momentum. Talk about motivation. Talk about a whole different changing ball game scenario for the Los Angeles Rams, folks. Oh my God. I feel like I want to buy some tickets and take a trip out to memory lane of Los Angeles right now and watch the Rams dethrone the 49ers and go on to the Super Bowl and make second time in history to play at their own Super Bowl. Again, Tampa Bay did it last year, folks. Tampa Bay did it last year. Can the Rams do what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did? Folks, it could happen. It could happen. It could very well happen, folks. I kid you not. It could very well happen. Mark my words. The tables is there. When you talk about teams like this that have fought day in and day out each season, their hard-fought desire to get where they at today, folks, they could do the ultimate possibilities of all possibilities. And it could get done. It could get done, folks. Oh my God, what a Super Bowl. What a Super Bowl it would be if you think about this. What a Super Bowl it would be for the Rams to go host a Super Bowl in their home stadium in that beautiful, amazing billion dollar stadium, SoFi Stadium, folks. Oh my God, the ratings, the NFL ratings will be admirable. That's the word I'm going to throw out there. Admirable, folks. Admirable. They be over the stinking roof if NFL were to make if the NFL were to make lost money from COVID last year because they didn't have any fans, because that really hurt the NFL big time. This is a great way to do it in their lost cause. I kid you not. I kid you not, folks. This is the way to get your money's worth. To get your money's worth. I kid you not. I kid you not, folks. So, my prediction, because I kept blabbling all this time. As much as I really want it to happen, it is not going to. As much as I want it to, it's not going to. Because that guy on the other side of the field, he has 7 championships. He's experienced it all. He knows it all. If he knows what's wrong, he'll fix it. Again, Tom Brady in that 60 minutes of football game, if he knows what's wrong out there, he'll fix it and he doesn't need next week to do it. That's what's so inspiring and admirable about the GOAT Tom Brady, folks. He learns from his mistakes too quickly. So when he sees something that's going wrong out there on that field, he'll address it. He'll address it. The question is, will it be a low-scoring game? It's possible. It's possible. I could see this game possibly being either a 3-point differential, a 7-point differential, or a 10-point differential. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. But I like Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay just, again, with Leonard Fournette coming back in the backfield position, I mean, Leonard Fournette does damage, folks. He really does. And he's a great running back nonetheless. He's a great offensive weapon the Tampa Bay Buccaneers truly need, especially with the loss of Antonio Brown. Again, they have Mike Evans. They have Chris Godwin. Rob Gronkowski. The team is there. The team is there. I mean, the great momentum for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is definitely getting Leonard Fournette back. That was the missing piece. That was the missing piece to the Buccaneers. To the Buccaneers. Another question that really just got that was brought to my attention. That could possibly play a major factor on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is somebody that went out with an injury last week, and he had a problem coming back. I believe it was number 65, Alex Capa. I think he went out with I think he could have come back. I mean, he tried to come back, but or I think it was Ryan Jensen, I believe. It could be Ryan Jensen, I believe so. Let me see here. Could be Ryan Jensen, but I am not. I mean, he is number 66 center. So somebody did go out yesterday with an injury that kind of bothers me a little bit. The question is, how much will it hinder him going into today's football game? We shall wait and see. But that's gonna probably play a little bit of a factor on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But with that being said, I mean, I think that's Tom Brady's great weapon there to lose somebody like that. So we shall see, though, folks. We shall see. And he got injured last week against the Philadelphia Eagles. So if anybody knows who I'm talking about, could relate. So we'll see how that plays on Tom Brady, though. But and he was on the offensive side too, I believe. So I think I could be right about who I'm talking about. But anyway, folks, we'll see how that what the outcome will be. But I think when I speak, I think Tampa Bay is going to be victorious in this football game. Yeah. All right. So Tampa Bay are my prediction for that football game against the Los Angeles Rams. Let's move on, folks. Again, 6:30 tonight. 6:30 tonight, folks. You have the Kansas City Chiefs versus the Los Angeles Rams. Excuse me, no. Kansas City Chiefs versus the Buffalo Bills. AFC divisional round. So, this is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, by far the epic matchups of all matchups between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes. So, folks, I would love more than anything going into today's matchup for the Buffalo Bills to do what needs to be done. Last time the Buffalo Bills and the Chiefs met, they met in the regular season. The last time the Buffalo Bills versus the Chiefs in week 3. Actually, no. It was week 5, I believe. Was it week 5? No. No, actually, it was week. Actually, it was back in. right, let's see. All right, back on October 10, 2021. It was week 5 of the NFL. Okay, it was week 5 of the NFL. That is when the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills met. The Buffalo Bills went on to win that football game 38-20. Buffalo Bills improved their record to 4-1. The Kansas City Chiefs, they fell to 2-3 on the season. Now, nothing was going well for the Kansas City Chiefs. The beginning of the season. We all know that. It was right in front of our eyes. They had beat up defense, and Patrick Mahomes wasn't playing the way Patrick Mahomes we expect him to play. So there was a tough scenario for the Kansas City Chiefs. All of a sudden, let's recap the 2021 season for the Chiefs. All of a sudden, the defense started getting healthy at the right place at the right time. And Patrick Mahomes finally found his rhythm. And they went on an incredible winning streak. Where at one point, they were 11-3, folks. I think 11-3 or 11-2. 11-3 before they started losing a game. It was incredible. They were on probably the hottest winning streak ever that could be talked about. The way Kansas City Chiefs made that whole turnaround. The way that whole organization turned around. And at one point during the regular season, everybody started doubting the Kansas City Chiefs from making the playoffs. At one point, everybody thought, you know what, Kansas City's not going to make the playoffs this year. You know, they're banged up. They're having a rough outing. They're having a rough season at that. And they're never going to be the normal football team that we expect out of the Kansas City Chiefs. But all of a sudden, they figured it out. They figured it out, and they knew how to win a football game these past couple weeks down the stretch. So, with that being said, the last time, again, Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs met was October 10, 2021. 38-20 was your final. Josh Allen had 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 315 yards through the air, 50 for 26 completion attempts. And then Dawson Knox, he had 1 touchdown, 3 reception yards, and 117 receiving yards. Stephon Diggs, he has 69 yards receiving, 2 receptions, 34.5 average, 0 touchdowns. Not a whole lot to show for it. Not a whole lot to show for it. Emmanuel Sanders, he had a great day back in week 5 where he put 54 receiving yards. He had 3 receptions and 2 touchdowns. So basically, your dynamic playmakers in week 5 for the Buffalo Bills was Dawson Knox, Emmanuel Sanders, Josh Allen, and those are your 3 musketeers. Devin Singletary was very limited with 25 yards on the ground and 6 carries. So not really much to show for in the running back position. But then you have the Kansas City Chiefs, where Patrick Mahomes, again, he struggled in his last showing. And may I mind you, ladies and gentlemen, may I mind you, that game was at Arrowhead back in week 5 in October, where the temperature was probably what? 55, almost 60 degrees. But going into tonight's game, you're looking possibly around low 40s to mid 30s. All right, that's actually, I would say low 40s to either upper 30s or mid 30s tonight's game. All right, it's supposed to be a tonight evening game. And the winds are going to play a factor too at Arrowhead. But there is no snow, which is, very beneficial for the Buffalo Bills and for the Kansas City Chiefs for that matter. But it's going to be that crowd noise, though. That crowd noise is going to play a huge, huge factor, though. But again, they played at Arrowhead back in October of 2021. And again, crowd noise was still not a factor for Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. I mean, when you talk about the Buffalo Bills going to Arrowhead and posting 3 touchdowns and 0 interceptions and throwing 315 yards, passing through the air, it's no problem for Josh Allen, folks. It really is not. So, they are at Arrowhead Stadium this evening, folks. They'll be playing at Arrowhead. They'll be playing against the Chiefs. Again, last time this game was being played at Arrowhead in Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes had 272 passing through the air. 33 for 54 completion attempts, 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. And then Darrell Williams in the backfield position, 5 carries, 27 yards, 5.4 average. Tyreek Hill, very limited. 1 carry, 15 yards. He did some running of his own, and it was not effective much. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 7 carries, 13 yards. Not much to show for in the touchdown position. Melchior Hardman, he had 9 receptions, 76 receiving yards, 8.4 average. Tyreek Hill in the receiving position, 63 receiving yards, 7 receptions, no touchdown to show for it. Travis Kelce had 57 receiving yards, 6 receptions, and 1 posted touchdown. And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, Brian Pringle, who had 2 receptions, 11 receiving yards, and 1 posted touchdown. So Patrick Mahomes struggled, ladies and gentlemen. That Kansas City Chiefs offense and defense struggled nonetheless. And Patrick Mahomes only had 272 passing yards, again, committing 2 turnovers and 2 touchdowns. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you this. We are going to get a heck of a game this evening between the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, you talk about combined 2 amazing quarterback playmakers between Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. Again, the last time these 2 met, you combine Josh Allen's performance with 300 plus yards and then Patrick Mahomes 200 to close to 300 passing yards. Those are combined, ladies and gentlemen, almost 500 to 600 combined passing yards by these 2 amazing quarterback athletes. So the question going into today's game, will we expect the same? Maybe. I would say maybe we're going to be expecting anywhere from 400 to 500 passing performance by these 2 combined quarterbacks. Give or take, I would say, that's the best scenario out of this football game. Now, the other reason why I say between 400 and 500 is the ultimate best scenario going into this football game. It's going to be a low-scoring matchup. Yes, I do not expect a high-scoring game like we witnessed back on October 10, 2021. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, it is cold. It is the month of January. It is going to be loud at Arrowhead, where this is going to be a tight contest matchup. It is going to be a tight contest. And not even to mention, it's going to be a low-scoring game, too. So I would expect anywhere from the single digits to almost up to the 20s with this matchup. This game between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills, it could go anywhere between 3-point differential to 7-point differential to 10-point differential, where my prediction could be either 20-17 Kansas City, 20-17 Buffalo, or it could be 24-14 Kansas City, or 24-14 Buffalo, or it could be 27-20 Kansas City, or 27-20 Buffalo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to go either way, this contest matchup, because you're talking about two amazing quarterback athletes going head to toe under the lights on Sunday night at Arrowhead. Now, as far as my prediction's concerned, man, do I love to see Buffalo go to the AFC Championship. I would love, without a shadow of a doubt, to see the AFC Championship hosted in Buffalo next week. Without a shadow of a doubt. I would love more than anything to see the Buffalo Bills host the AFC Championship in Buffalo. Can you imagine the atmosphere in Buffalo next week if the Buffalo Bills beat the Kansas City Chiefs and do the unthinkable? Go take this game back to Buffalo and host the AFC Championship game against the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, a lot of things could go right for the Buffalo Bills. If they beat Kansas City tonight, can you imagine the Cincinnati Bengals versus the Buffalo Bills, where the temperature is going to be hovering around the 20-degree mark going into next week, and there is a possibility, there could be a potential chance that we get a major snowstorm in Buffalo, where the shadows of Lake Erie, where they are not even miles away from Lake Erie, where all of a sudden there's a big major cold front there, and they get pummeled with 20 to 30 inches of snow. We've seen it before happen in the city of Buffalo, folks, where Buffalo gets this ultimate surprise of a big major snowstorm. All right. There's times where, ladies and gentlemen, the East Coast of Pennsylvania, all right, you're talking about the 13 colonies of New England, New Jersey, Washington, D.C., the state of Pennsylvania, where we don't get nothing, but we are getting a dry slot where it's very, very cold, and we're only getting temperatures in the 20s. But now you're talking about Western Pennsylvania and Western New York, all right, where they could get snow any time of day, all right? It doesn't matter when it could happen. You could get unexpected snowstorm just like that, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, the Buffalo Bills are saying, where the heck did this snowstorm come from? Folks, it could happen. Ladies and gentlemen, punch your tickets. Get those tickets ready. Get those tickets and prepare yourselves. I'm telling you, without a shadow of a doubt, for anybody that's living on the East Coast, I am fingers crossed. I am itching very, very good into this game. I cannot wait for tonight's game. I am itching that we get a Buffalo Bills versus the Cincinnati Bengals. Talk about ordering Subway hoagies or Wawa hoagies, or going into Wegmans. The Worldwide Sport Updates, I'm going to give this sponsorship out to Wegmans, to Wawa hoagies, and Subway hoagies. Whatever you desire, folks. I'm telling you right now, if that game does happen going into next week, go out there and get your hoagies, get your popcorn, Get everything that you need, Buffalo Bills fans, because the AFC Championship is going to be a memory history in the making when it's the Cincinnati Bengals versus the Buffalo Bills, waiting for the Buffalo Bills to punch their ticket to the Super Bowl for the first time since 1990s, folks. That's the era that we are talking about. The Buffalo Bills are doing the impossible, become the possible, to try to get a first title for the city of Buffalo Bills, ladies and gentlemen, and they possibly could do it, but they have to edge and get victorious versus the Kansas City Chiefs, folks. They have to do that without a shadow of a doubt. I am hyped and juiced about this football game. Let's freaking go, folks, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot wait to tonight's game. I cannot wait. I am so fingers crossed that this becomes Buffalo Bills versus the Cincinnati Bengals. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the weather could be very unpredictable again in Buffalo. It could be very unpredictable. Temperatures in the 20s hovering next week, possibly. That atmosphere, man, you're going to see shirtless women probably without clothes in Buffalo, and you're going to probably see some shirtless men where they're going to be pitching their freaking nipples just with that Buffalo Bills atmosphere. They don't give a damn what type of weather that they're going to be experiencing in Buffalo. They don't even care if it's 20, 30 inches of snow, folks. It is going to be a ride of a memory for the Buffalo Bills, folks, going into the city of Buffalo next week. I cannot wait for this possibly epic matchup that we're going to be witnessing for the AFC Championship. It is going to be something that is going to be amazing nonetheless, between the Cincinnati Bengals and the Buffalo Bills. That could possibly be the potential AFC matchup. And I still have not given out my prediction yet. So, but I am itching. Definitely fingers crossed that the Buffalo Bills could do it for the round 2 of this epic matchup and come up victorious at Arrowhead Stadium this evening at 6:30 p.m. kickoff time. But this is all talk. It is all talk. Ladies and gentlemen, my prediction for this game, Kansas City is going to do it. Yeah. As much as I am so hyped up that I really want Buffalo versus Cincinnati, I do not see Kansas City losing for the second time at Arrowhead. I just do not see it. All right. They lost the first time, 38-20. But I just do not see Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Travis Kelce letting Buffalo walk away victorious from Arrowhead. I really don't. It's sad. It really is. It breaks my heart. But it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But I am hyped. I am hyped just to see Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes this evening. It is going to be truly amazing. Again, I am not taking anything away from Buffalo. All right? Buffalo, we know what this football team is capable of and what this team could truly do. The window of opportunity, the window of possibilities is there. But I just do not see them edging out victorious against the Kansas City Chiefs in the second round. I mean, for part 2 of this epic matchup. So, with that being said, I guess we're going to be looking at Patrick Mahomes versus Tom Brady, ladies and gentlemen, round 2 in the Super Bowl. It's going to look that way. And we will talk about that next week when we finalize who our AFC championships are going to be and who our NFC championships are going to be. We'll definitely talk about that for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have been a great audience. Thank you so much for being a part of Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. We started late today, but we stick through thick and thin to have a great podcast with everybody that tuned in. You guys are a great audience. You guys are truly amazing. You guys are the MVPs, the GOATs of all GOATs, interacting and getting your voices heard and saying hello, taking the time out of your day just to come on here and say hello, give your support. It truly goes unnoticed, folks. You guys are greatly appreciated. From the bottom of our hearts, we cannot thank you enough. You guys make Worldwide Sport Updates what it is and what it truly is all about today in our sports industry. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. Tune in to every week, Friday and Sunday, as we give you the latest up-to-date sports. And tune into our sports group pages, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere to get the latest up-to-date sports news and information that is happening around the world of sports. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy those games. Enjoy the basketball games going on today. Enjoy the football games that are going on today. Enjoy the college basketball games that are going on today. And, ladies and gentlemen, we will give you the latest up-to-date information on Major League Baseball news as they come up with a new collective bargaining agreement. And hopefully it's a successful one. Nonetheless, as they have their meeting tomorrow afternoon on your Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, stay classy, stay safe. Facebook family, Instagram family, Twitter family, TikTok family, YouTube family. Ladies and gentlemen, stay safe, stay blessed, have a great work week, and I will talk to you guys next week as we get the official crown of the AFC Championship matchup and the NFC Championship matchup. As that come finalized come Monday morning, we will get all the latest on who's going to be representing and hosting the AFC Championship. Will it be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers or the Los Angeles Rams, or will it be the Buffalo Bills or the Kansas City Chiefs moving on to host the AFC Championship and the NFC Championship against the Cincinnati Bengals and the 49ers? We'll talk all about that to get you guys hyped up and ready to go going into next week. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great week. Have a safe one. Stay blessed. God bless to all the Facebook family, Twitter family, TikTok family, YouTube family, everybody out there, social media family in itself. I will see you guys next week. Stay safe. Stay blessed. God bless everybody. I will talk to you guys next week. Have a great one. Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. And I am signing off for the day. Take care.